Welcome back. It's a Monday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
51 degrees right now. Going to get up into the low 60s. Cloudy all day.
A little chilly.
Yeah, I mean, the week doesn't look great. Thursday will be in the 80s. We're holding off till Saturday, Sunday. Father's Day weekend.
Ooh.
Sunny and 70s both days. So you got that going for you.
Okay.
You know, there comes a time in everyone's life where you feel like you finally made it.
Oh, you have arrived.
Yes, you are now here in the spot where you were destined to be.
So the journey is complete.
And I feel like the Duffy family has finally made it to that spot.
Wow.
Because this weekend,
What'd you do?
we're now Blackstone family.
Look at that. You're stoners?
We are now stoners, bro.
Oh, all right.
Blackstone.
Welcome to the club.
Our balls off. Now, for those who may have missed the conversations earlier over the last couple of months, Kimmy and her husband were the first break room family to get a Blackstone.
Yep.
And you've had it for how long now?
Probably about a year, maybe a little over a year. We got it before last summer, so.
Okay, and it's something that you and I really wanted
Oh,
as soon
yeah.
as she got it, right? We wanted it really
And we got
bad.
like the base one. And then Tommy got one. He stepped up his game.
Yep, so you said you wanted a Blackstone, and that became a whole thing,
Yeah.
right? You ordered the Blackstone was broken on the way
Yes.
in,
Yeah.
right?
Had to keep waiting on my Blackstone.
We thought maybe that was too much grill for you. You weren't enough man for that grill.
Yeah, that's what I heard all the naysayers out there.
But you got your Blackstone. You love your Blackstone.
Oh, yeah.
And then Saturday, my wife surprised me by when I was gone, she had a Blackstone delivered. She timed it out perfectly.
Look at that.
Damn.
Yeah, when I came home.
So this is your Father's Day gift?
This birthday.
Oh, birthday. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
When's your birthday?
He got like the Blackstone of all Blackstones. Like I don't
So
even
I
think...
tried to Google it.
I've never
It didn't
even
show
seen
up.
one that looked like that before.
It's got a smoker on it, too.
Is it
You're
got an
going to have to
oven?
learn how to use all this
That's
stuff.
the smoker.
Okay.
I know how to smoke. I
I
can
don't know.
smoke my
I
ass
would think
off.
it takes a little, trial and error.
I was afraid to use a smoker this weekend because I didn't. Well, that's just it. I've never used Blackstone before. So, the first thing you do with the Blackstone, obviously, is hibachi. That's why everybody wants the Blackstone,
Okay.
right? So we did hibachi, and I was expecting it to come out terrible. Nailed it first try.
Look at it.
And I think that says more about the Blackstone than it does about my cooking skills.
It's the easiest goddamn thing I've ever used.
Well, that's what's so funny about it is, I told my wife months ago, I'm going to get one. And she's like, no. And now it is because it's pretty apparent she was going to get me one for my birthday, right? But if she would have let me go out and get a Blackstone, I would have bought the least expensive Blackstone that existed, right?
Yeah.
She didn't get it. I mean, I love her. It's great. It's
Yeah.
fantastic. But I think she got it because she was naive to the Blackstone game.
She's just like, give me the works.
Yeah. Yeah.
She got like the doctor model.
Yes.
Like this is what something like an educated person would cook on.
Well, I was cooking on it, so yeah, that makes sense.
You too. Yeah, sure. You get to use it too.
See, here's what I'm hearing from you. Because you were walking around, cock of the walk, Mr. Blackstone, the last couple weeks, which
Yeah,
is
because he had like the step above like our Blackstone.
That's
like,
right.
Like we got base, Tommy got like middle of the road, and so he was feeling cool.
He was
I
Mr.
was feeling good.
He was Mr. Blackstone, which was one of the worst Guns N' Roses songs from the early 90s. He's been cooking with Mr. Blackstone. But now that I have a better Blackstone than you have,
You got like a triple Blackstone.
yeah, I mean, I'm detecting that the excitement of Blackstone has gone out of your
I'm
voice.
thinking about getting rid of it. Maybe
It's not cool anymore.
Yeah.
But I realized something.
What's that?
And this is probably not good, but it's a fact. And I feel like this might be happening with all Blackstone users and really any trendy thing that you manage to get your hands on that everyone else is super interested in. When I was cooking on that Blackstone this weekend, when I was making the fried rice, when I was frying up veggies, I had the chicken on the grill, we were having a grind all the time. I knew I was finally better than everybody else.
You were better than everybody.
I felt better than my neighbors. I felt better than my brother. I felt better than you because my Blackstone's better than your Blackstone.
What about Kimmy?
Well, her husband was helping me with the Blackstone.
So for now,
Yeah, so
What do you mean?
Well, I wanted to
He had
make
some
sure.
questions.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure I was doing it right.
It's all in the instructions. What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, I read the instructions, but then I was getting conflicting information from some websites. I wanted to make sure I did it the right way.
Oh, maybe that's a little too much grill for you?
Well, here's the thing.
'Cause I don't remember calling Kimmy's husband or Kimmy.
I get with your Blackstone, you can just do whatever you want.
But he
to
doesn't
it.
have your Blackstone.
No, he doesn't. But look, I want to take.
But he knows how to help you with yours.
I'm trying to take care of my
are you
really
upset
nice
he
Blackstone.
didn't ask you for advice?
A little bit. Yeah.
Why? But I know you don't know what you're doing.
I've been cooking on it for like 2 weeks.
Doesn't mean you know what you're not a grilled guy.
I did breakfast on it.
What'd you make?
And a fennel. An egg. Fennel and egg, which was delicious.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What's the last thing you got that made you feel better than everybody else? Because I know I'm not better than everybody else, but along with the Blackstone came a Blackstone-branded apron.
Oh, you got that?
It just came with it.
Oh, did?
I don't know. It was in the box, right?
Wow.
So, like, I have my there's like a door right where I was grilling.
Yeah.
And I kept catching my reflection in the mirror.
Yeah.
Tank top, Blackstone apron next to my Blackstone. I just couldn't help but like admire myself. Much like
You had to look like such a goddamn fool to your neighbors.
Why is that? Why? Because I have a Blackstone and they
Look
don't.
at like a carnival was breaking out in your backyard.
You're like the guy who owns a Ferrari but also wears a Ferrari hat.
Yes.
Look, you can hate on me all you want. If your husband had a Blackstone apron, he would wear that Blackstone apron. Am I wrong?
Maybe.
What kind of apron you draping over that piece of beef?
Like
You're one step away from gloves, guy.
No, I was not going
becoming
to wear
your
gloves.
brother.
I'm not wearing gloves.
Because the one thing about that Blackstone, there is like this rabbit hole you could go down of accessories you can get
There are
for
a
it,
lot of accessories.
and it's endless.
Yeah. So we ended up going because you need to get a couple of things for those who are not.
And that's how they get you.
They really do get you because like we went to the hardware store.
Yeah.
And there's just an entire aisle of Blackstone
Yeah.
accessories.
Go on Amazon. That's where you could just spend all day on it.
Well, he wanted to cook like that day.
I did. I was
Oh.
going to cook that day.
Yeah.
But like my brain short circuited because I was just
Sure.
like, it was like running around a porn store with your pants down.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, and my wife had to like put her arm around me and be like, calm down.
You
Here's
start
what we
getting ideas
need.
of things you've never cooked in your life.
Exactly. Like there's a pizza oven attachment. I don't want to make a pizza, but am I a real Blackstone owner if I don't have a
Kids
pizza
would
oven
love
attachment?
pizza on a Friday night. Pizza night.
No, but it's funny. Like as I was admiring myself in my Blackstone apron, standing in front of my Blackstone in the reflection of the door,
Yeah.
it felt like what NFL players must feel like when they see themselves for the first time in an NFL uniform.
Oh.
Like Keon Coleman, Bill's second round pick.
Yeah.
They just had their rookie premiere where they take
He's
all
that
the
funny
photos.
dude?
Yeah, great
Yeah.
guy, wide receiver. And they have like the videos of them like they see them in their uniform for the first time
Yeah.
looking in the mirror. That was the same feeling.
Wow.
Like look at this. Look what happened.
Look how far I've come.
Look at this. Was once a young boy in Gates with a hole in his roof.
Now
Belonged to Milk
Look at you
Club.
now.
Couldn't drink Diet Coke because Dad said we couldn't afford it.
You know what's going to happen?
What?
All your busted ass relatives are coming over.
So I haven't told anybody that I
Yeah,
got
but
it.
bro, it's already out there, man. You are going to be so swarmed with busted ass people.
They're going to want to use it.
Oh, you can't use it. You're not going to let someone use it.
So when's the next big family event?
So I haven't planned anything yet because Father's Day is this weekend. So
Right.
like there's already stuff going on, and I'm not inviting anybody over.
You know they're all coming,
They
man.
can come. Doesn't mean I have to turn on the Blackstone.
How do you brag, Mr. Blackstone? You have this high-end Blackstone, and you don't fire it up in the middle of summer for your family.
That's an interesting question because I don't know. Like we've known each other for how long? 25 years?
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
But you've been in my house. You've
Not
eaten at
for
my
Blackstone,
house.
Not for your Blackstone. You talk, ran your mouth for a month. Blah,
I
blah,
just
blah.
got it.
You've been dancing with Mr. Blackstone. Not invited once to a Blackstone shindig. We've never even been to Kimmy's freaking house. And you two are going to sit here and tell me that I need to invite people
I'm not
over?
I
telling
didn't
you
say you
anything.
need to.
I'm
I'm
telling
just
you.
surprised they don't show up.
You're just
Yeah.
going to get overwhelmed. You're going to be like Elvis when he let everybody sleep in the backyard with tents and stuff.
It's so good. It's so good.
Is there going to be? I mean, I don't know if this kicks in at some point, but I wonder how long it takes the average guy to like get sick of the grill, or it just becomes another grill to you.
I don't think that's ever going to happen. But again, it's still
It's got
new.
to wear off
Oh,
a
yeah,
little.
sure.
All I have thought about
Yeah.
since I stopped cooking on my Blackstone
Is what you're going to make
more
next.
cooking on my Blackstone. Like yesterday, we were too busy for me to do any grilling, and it was driving me nuts. Right? Like I kept seeing like people would walk by,
Yeah.
but then their heads would like take shape of a steak.
Yeah, because you could cook breakfast for the kids on a weekend.
Okay, you keep
I
obsessing
know,
over
you're
breakfast.
good.
Well,
and
that's
you don't
a-
even eat
okay.
breakfast. You don't even eat
If I had
breakfast.
kids, I'd be making them pancakes on that grill.
No, you wouldn't, because you're a bitch ass bitch. You don't eat
No, I
pancakes.
would raise fat kids. Little fat diabetic kids.
No,
They're so adorable.
I can't wait. Like the possibilities are endless.
Mm.
And you can even cook healthy on it, man. I know I'm doing it.
You can cook healthy
That's why you got
I
it.
know you cook healthy.
What?
What little bitch meals you got all lined up for yourself?
Well, I mean, we did healthy hibachi, brown rice, chicken, vegetables.
Ooh,
was
man.
good, yeah.
You stole my heart.
What'd you make?
I made some man food.
What's that?
son.
Like what?
Chops. Kinda.
Why you
Chops.
lie? Why you fish chops? You bitch ass bitch.
So we did fish a lot on there. And
Yeah, I
chicken.
bet you did. bitch who did fish on that thing, you bitch.
It's delicious.
It is a delicious bitch ass Blackstone cooking fish ass bitch. Kimmy's husband's the only one who uses it to its
like
full
a man.
potential. Yeah, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he uses it like a minimum of twice a week.
But he's
I'd say.
all beef, bro. You don't build a chest like that on sissy hibachi.
So you don't want to come over for hibachi?
Yeah, I come over for you.
No, you're not allowed to anymore. Sissy hibachi.
But it's weird though
Can
because
we
your
sit
wife
around it and you throw shrimp in our mouth?
like
You'd like to?
your old lady is such a good cook.
Yeah, that's true.
Like it's
You're kind of taken away from
Like a-
her,
Yeah.
delicious meals in a way.
like if I was a choice between your health hibachi or your wife's cooking, I'm going with your wife's cooking, man.
Yeah, like are your kids like, come on, Dad, let Mom cook again?
First off, it's called health hibachi. Second, that actually reared its ugly head on Saturday night.
What, she wanted to use it?
Well, it's not that she wanted to use it. She wanted to pull the puppet strings of me using it.
Oh, okay. What she wanted?
Well, see, here's the thing. You have to season the grill.
Which is all you gotta do is just oil it up and burn it
But you got to do it like
10 times.
4 or 5 times.
And you have
right?
to pray. There's like a chant you have to say over the Blackstone chant.
It's like a 2-hour process.
And you
right?
have to wear like the apron and dance around it and burn leaves.
It does have a cult feeling to it. You're right.
It's
Now
a
that I'm
total
thinking about it.
cult,
does.
man.
Absolutely right.
I'm realizing this.
But as I'm doing this for the 2 hours now, I'm researching how to make hibachi, right?
Yeah.
And I'm coming up with my plan, and I'm all ready to go. And I got my ingredients. And my wife, who did no research on how to make hibachi, and who I'm confident has never made hibachi once in her
But
life.
she knows how to cook.
But she don't know hibachi, bro. You ain't hibachi.
I mean, listen, the thing is just a big frying pan.
I get it, but making hibachi is not like making anything else. So I had my plan, and my wife stood behind me and told me how to do it her way, and it led to a little bit of friction.
Oh.
Like, for example, she scrambled the eggs for the fried rice
Oh.
when you're supposed to fry the eggs and then mix them into the fried rice. And that became like, we got in like a fight.
Is
about
there a
that.
big difference to it?
I know. I mean, and either way, they end up in the eggs.
I mean, it's just
Or in the,
scrambled eggs,
Right.
I'm
right?
trying to no. You fry them and then you chop them up so you get some white, some
Oh.
yellow. Like that's what I'm saying. See, this is why you're dumb. You don't know what you're talking about. I, being a man with the highest end Blackstone in this room, King Blackstone, they call me. No, it was like there was like legitimate tension on how to make hibachi in the Duffy household on Saturday night.
So how'd it come out?
It came out delicious.
Yeah.
Again, like I've never made hibachi before. This thing is foolproof. But like even with my present on my exciting
Oh,
day,
she's gonna take it over.
she was coming in and like, this is how you're gonna do it. And I was like, it's mine.
So we tried to do those smash burgers.
How'd it go?
Not good.
Well, yeah, because when you take like fish patties and try to smush them down, not as good. You bitch ass bitch. What you were saying? I'm sorry.
No, they did not come out good.
How did you? Why? Like what went
Same thing.
wrong?
I think we both tried to put our input in, and we were both going in the wrong direction.
Okay.
And they just didn't come out right. I mean, they were edible. They
Yeah.
didn't look like the
They
ones.
weren't like your standard
No.
smashed burgers.
They looked like run over burger.
So I'm gonna go back and retreat in my own brain for the rest of the show as to what fun things I'll be cooking my Blackstone.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, and I'll need you guys to just do the show.
All right.
We have a dynamite, Mr. Blackstone. Got a break for you this morning here on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, speaking of food.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, cooking at home is the most economical way to do it.
Oh yeah, you save money.
But we've been talking, for years now, right? Even going to the grocery store is sticker shock. People do not like it.
Yeah.
Stores have started to adjust because it turns out they've been overcharging us this entire time, and now they're trying to be like, hey, we're your friends. Remember when we were price gouging you all those
Oh,
years?
yeah.
Well, we're not going to do it anymore.
All right.
There is a new grocery store coming to town. Not only is
Another one.
Not only is it this will this be the first one in Rochester? It'll be the first one in all of New York State.
Wow.
And it will be, at least according to reports, by far the most discount grocery store option available.
This is like bargain basement chow.
And it's going right up against the biggest dog
Yeah, it is.
right away.
Oh.
And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy. You know, companies have reputations.
Yeah.
As we have this discussion about Blackstone, I've never heard anyone say they don't like their Blackstone.
Right.
Sterling reputation. There's a car company, however, that has, I guess, what you would call the opposite of that. Because every time their name is in the paper, it's for something terrible. And it's happened again.
Yeah, this one's not good.
Kimmy, how this company is still in
I know.
business, we'll tell you the story
All right.
next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You've heard that saying, if it weren't for bad luck, we'd have no luck at all.
Oh, yeah.
That might actually work as a new slogan for a certain car company because they've made national news again for the worst reasons again. And there has to be a point, Tommy, where all this bad press hurts them to the point where they're not a car company anymore.
All right, but they're still out there. Right?
They are.
Right.
And you still see people buying their cars. Hey, you're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45, a very scary incident on Stone Road in Greece late last week.
Oh.
And it had the entire neighborhood either A, having to run for their lives, or B, stay exactly where they are.
Stay in place.
Yeah, and if you see people running for their lives, right, near you, and they tell you, you sit tight. You sitting tight?
No, man, I'm out.
We'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Kia is back in the news this morning.
Oh, really? Why?
Well, it's not about the cars that are easily stolen.
Okay.
This story is about cars bursting into flames.
Just like for no reason?
Well, about 500,000 Kia Telluride SUVs.
Wait, 500,000?
Half a million. Are being recalled because of a potential fire hazard with the power seat motor. And if you have a Telluride between 2020 and 2024, you might want to look into this.
Oh, my ass is
Seems like
getting
a lot
hot.
of people.
Kia is telling folks who have this model of car that the engine, or what do you call
So
it?
the motor that
for
moves the seat
Chair.
Yes.
can overheat?
and burst into
I
flame.
guess.
Yeah. Why is that funny? It's not funny.
It's getting hot in there. It's up my ass.
Wow, this seat heater works really, really well. So Kia are telling folks who have these models
Keep a cup of water handy.
Tellurides, no, they're telling them not to park in garages or near any structures until this gets taken care of.
So you got to leave it outside,
Yeah.
like
Yes.
far away from anything.
Yes, not only outside, away from structures.
So this sounds like it could just do it when you're not even using the motor.
That I don't know, unless it's so hot after you're done using it. I have no idea.
know.
I have no idea, Tommy.
It's getting hot in here. It must be your rear.
Yeah, because you would think.
That's not bad. That's not
Warming
bad.
up on a Monday.
Because you would think if it was an issue, like you could also catch on fire while you're driving. Like it's weird that it's only when the car's in park.
Oh,
Man,
well, no.
You're doing 60 down the highway and all of a sudden your ass is on fire and you got to pull over.
That issue was with a previous situation with Kia cars
Yeah.
because this story we're telling you about today comes
Yeah.
8 months after another Kia recall for cars potentially bursting into flame. Back in September, about 1.7 million Kia owners got notice that their anti-lock brake system could leak and brake fluid could cause an electrical short, which could cause the car to burst into flames.
Okay.
And in this case, in that specific case, Kimmy, the company said, Kia said, the cars could burst into flames while driving.
Okay.
All right.
By the way, is it burst into flames or burst into flame?
I'm going to say flames.
You're going to say flame,
Flames.
multiple flames?
Burst into flames.
Or, okay, if it's one fire.
Because
is
the
it,
flame sounds small.
well, no, but
Flames sounds like your ass in trouble.
But if it's one fire, technically it's all one giant flame.
I'm going to go flames.
Okay.
Flames would spew from the car, right?
But
Yeah.
could
You would say
flame.
flames spew from the car.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
It'd
But,
be flames.
Sounds better, flames.
Yeah.
okay, gotcha.
Sounds more intense.
Sounds cooler.
Okay, all right, all right.
Think of
Now,
flames.
to be clear,
Yeah.
in stories involving both of these issues,
Has anybody fried an ass yet?
there are no reports of any fatalities or injuries.
Okay.
So it's not like anything.
So
Ass
they're just saying
fatality.
it's possible.
He died by ass.
So to be clear,
Yeah.
despite these warnings and recalls, it's not like anything terrible has happened that Kia would be responsible for. And I guess it's possible that a car bursting into flames would never actually happen in one of these cars. They're just being overly
It's
cautious.
very rare.
Well, yeah. Well, again, I
But
don't see
the
any
word gets
reports.
out there, it scares the out of people.
Good catch. And that's just it.
What?
There are two things in the break room we know to be true more than anything else.
What's that?
One, bananas are suspiciously inexpensive for where they come from, but that doesn't apply to this story. Two, people only read the headlines.
Yeah.
Right? And it does feel like every single Kia headline over the last 5 years has been the most terrible headline you could think of for the car company.
Yeah, you're right.
How have they not been hurt by this? To the point where they're not around anymore. Because there are car companies that have gone under
Oh, yeah.
for far less
Yeah,
dangerous situations.
Maybe it's.
I mean, I guess it's a credit to how they sell their cars.
Okay.
Because to your point, man, they're still in business and they're a global company.
And I still see Kias
all
everywhere.
over
Yeah.
the place.
All
They're
over the world,
place.
though.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, man. I mean, I'm not saying don't buy a Kia. Like, if it doesn't for you, go get yourself a Kia. But if you drive a Kia, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, after all this stuff with the stolen cars, which is still a problem up to this day, with these other recalls while you're driving your cars around, what keeps you coming back to Kia?
Well, I wonder if it's, well, maybe not so much at this point, but maybe you kind of figured if you're going there now, like they've solved the problems that they've had. So you go there hoping like, well, they wouldn't repeat the same mistake. You know what I mean?
Now, Kimmy, the newer models are not like stolen easily anymore, right? Like everything after a certain year, like that's not a problem to worry about. But then there's something like this happens. It's totally unrelated, and these Tellurides 2020 to 2024, those are recent cars.
But they're also from they're built in South Korea. That's where the headquarters are.
Okay, hold on. CNBC Tommy's coming in here. Breaker, Squawk Box, Tommy Lane, Business Channel.
Oh, you know Squawk Box, do you?
I see it on the guide when I'm trying to get to cooler shows.
I always figure like I would buy a car from a country that I think is buttoned up. I always think of South Korea a very buttoned up country.
Okay.
Like they're very particular how they do things. Like they don't screw around.
Oh yeah?
And that's why I'm so shocked that this car is having so much problem, and they haven't fixed it yet.
Are you sure they're made in South Korea?
I just know their headquarters. Hyundai and Kia are from the same company, basically.
Yeah.
And I always figured that's a buttoned-up country. They got to be good. It's like if you told me, it's like buying a BMW.
German-made.
Yeah, I figured German engineering, that's got to be tight.
They do make some here, too.
Okay. There's your problem.
Oh, maybe that's the ones. The ones they make in Alabama. Let's put some fireworks under the seat. That'll be funny.
Is bursting into flames not an issue for people in South Korea? Like, is that a common thing that just happens over there?
Maybe it's like an honor, like you sacrifice your ass to the gods or something. I don't know.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. This weekend, another recall for Kia drivers. This time, it's Kia Tellurides years 2020 to 2024. The company says that a motor in the seat that moves you back and forth can overheat and burst into flame. They are telling people if you have one of these cars, a Kia Telluride between the years 2020 and 2024, do not park in your garage or near any structures due to the risk. Or loved ones. This comes after back in September. 1.7 million Kia owners got notice because of the anti-lock brake system that their car could burst into flames while driving. And then all the issues with the cars being stolen easily. And again, when it comes to the cars bursting into flame, there are no reports of anyone being hurt, right?
Okay.
Or dying or anything like that. But it's a headline.
Sure.
And headlines are not good.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead, Kimmy.
Well, I was going to say it could just come down to what you can afford.
And that's just
like if I feel like especially, what was it, like maybe two-ish years ago when car prices were just so nuts that like even if you wanted a Kia, that was expensive at the time. So you just went with the cheapest option you could possibly find.
Well, because Kias are an economical car, right?
Yeah.
All right. So this would be an interesting study in what we are willing to do, what we're willing to overlook to save money.
Yeah, because you need cheap transportation.
All right, so maybe that's what this comes down to.
They look nice.
Yeah, and they get a lot of miles for what you're spending on them, right? So it's possible this is all people can afford. It's also possible that there are people who just want to get from point A to point B, and they could afford a more expensive car, but they don't want to. Are there companies that have such value that they're bankrupt-proofed?
This may be it.
This
may be the one.
No, if Kia has this, other companies have this, right? Like, all of the missteps, the stolen Kias, they still don't have a solution for. The other two stories we just brought you up, like we said, you still see plenty of Kias on the road every day, and today there's going to be people going down to Kia dealerships, and they're going to buy Kias. Like, what are you willing to look past to save? Like, how much would you have to save?
Yeah.
So, I remember back in the day, this is way before y'all's time, the Ford Pinto was like the working man's car.
Okay.
It was like if you just had a job, you could afford a Pinto. And those things were fireballs.
Is that the one where you hit it in the back and it would explode?
The gas tank ended up in your lap.
Oh, gee.
Like it would detach. I'm not making this up. It would detach
and fly
go
forward
through the car if you got it rear-ended.
Because it was yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, they said that was going to bury Ford. Like that they made, I don't know, 1 billion of these goddamn cars. It didn't hurt. I mean, it hurt them, but they hung in there. Now, it was just one particular model of Ford, where Kia, it seems to be like, it's more like all their cars seem to be a problem. So maybe that's the difference. But again, it didn't bury Ford,
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Rick. Rick says, I own a Kia. I love my Kia. Yeah, you see bad stories. I haven't had experience that are negative. I got mine after they were easily stolen.
So he's got a newer one.
I hear these stories, and I think every car has something like this. They just found them in Kias. Is that another thing?
I mean, that would be something I guess, I mean, there's nothing you can really do to prevent it, but something I would worry about moving forward. Like if
All
if they could
cars
find
are vulnerable.
somebody could figure out something to get into my car.
I don't think we have enough teenagers out there to steal all these cars, though.
Not so much the stealing the cars, but like, I mean, if you lease or buy a new or fairly new used car, pre-owned car,
Yeah.
right? Like, everybody's gotten a letter from that dealership or
Yeah,
that
like
company
some kind
saying
of
there's
recall.
a recall.
Yeah, but it says usually it's like a wobbly sun visor or something. You know what I mean?
Wobbly sun visor.
I've never had like flames shooting out underneath my car like alerts.
Do you actually
I've
read
seen
them, though?
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've seen like
I never
some
even
concerning ones before, like stuff that had to do with like your brakes or you know what I mean. Like I don't necessarily know how serious it was, but the second they said brakes, I was like, probably gonna get that checked.
No, I
But
had
you and I driven with bad brakes.
Yeah.
Like obviously bad brakes. Not like your brakes could
Yeah.
go bad. Our brakes sucked, and we still drove.
I had a car that I bought used that was still relatively right. I got a recall notice that the hood could fly up at any moment.
Which is an issue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I
Yeah.
still waited like 8 months to
Probably
go
fine.
get
Yeah.
it fixed, and I would see it like shaking when I was on the highway, and like I even got to a point where I came up with a contingency plan in my brain that I thought
Just
would
in
work
case.
if it hood. By the way, no way to test that plan. No way
Yeah.
to test that plan.
I mean, the amount of times I drove on bald tires
Yeah.
till I saw a cord, and didn't even think about it.
All right, so maybe we're all screwed.
Relax. No, I'm saying relax.
Okay, everything's
Relax.
fine. Tommy says relax.
Y'all got it.
That T-shirt would kill in the rock
Y'all
shop.
got it.
No, Tommy says relax. I'd love to know where the line was in this story. The line where they told people, you have to get the hell out of here because it's dangerous. You stay put and don't go anywhere.
Oh, but they get to leave.
Well, that's just it, right? Because when you hear what happened on Stone Road in Greece late last week, you're going to understand what a dangerous situation it was. And you have experts telling you what to do. Now, if you don't want to do what they do because you're scared, that's completely understandable. But
Right.
in not doing what they tell you to do, you are looking them in the face and saying, I don't think you're qualified to give me this advice. And we'll tell you what went down
All right.
next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are times where you have to put your faith in the knowledge and expertise of the professionals.
Oh, yeah.
And not just for things like a mechanic with your car, but for your actual well-being. And that was the situation that showed up in Greece late last week. You don't want to tell a professional that they're wrong.
Yeah.
But if you thought they were wrong in this specific case...
Because it's like my ass in danger?
Oh, it's your ass.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Listen to the break room all week long. We have tickets to see Bert Kreischer, comedian. His fully loaded comedy festival is coming to Darien Lake Amphitheater June 23rd. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. We will have tickets for you not only all week, but today, starting today. Don't call now.
Okay.
Do not call now. We will get you those tickets before 10 o'clock here in the break room on CMF just after 7 o'clock this morning. If your grocery bill is blasting you,
It's too damn high.
we are getting what looks to be the most discount grocery store maybe in America.
This is like busted ass.
Not only is it
Well, it's busted.
the first one in Rochester, it'll be the first one in the entire state, and they're going right into the belly of the beast.
It's got to be weird to walk around one of these places.
We'll get into it.
I need a can of sorta corn.
Are you talking about crown? Corn. We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Stone Road in Greece.
What happened? That's a big road.
Yeah.
That's one of your top Greece roads right there.
Give me
I would say Stone and Long Pond, your two major roads.
the plaque they have there, longest road in Greece,
That's
except
it.
it's not.
Biggest road.
Big old long road, Stone Road. Late last week,
What happened?
some workers doing construction hit a gas line in the area. And it happened right before noon. Right away, the pros had to jump into action.
It could have blowed up.
Yeah, they shut down the road. They evacuated the immediate area. And they told the people who lived in the Stone Road range to shelter in place.
Because things could blow up.
You got it.
Shrapnel.
They evacuated the area and told folks with homes to stay in place.
So who evacuated besides the workers?
I don't have that information in front of me. So the good news, good news. Within an hour, everything was safe, under control. No one was hurt. Things went back to normal fairly quickly.
All right, they turned the gas off.
Yeah. However, if you've seen any video of homes that blow up from gas leaks,
Yeah, it's amazing to see.
I don't
like,
know if your home did that. If you'd say it was amazing.
if it's not your home, if it's like Southern Indiana, something like that.
Why does it always happen in Southern Indiana?
I'm telling you, Indiana has to lead the nation in home explosions. But it's amazing because like the whole neighborhood will look normal, and then that house just looks completely pulverized. Like it doesn't even look like there was a house there.
But every once in a while, you will see a house to the left or the right that also
they
gets
get a
half
little
blown
damage.
away, right?
But I know my house isn't built for explosion, or even like if the house next door explodes, I gotta figure I'm screwed.
Yeah, it's going to at least do some damage.
There's gonna be a 2x4 coming through my window.
All right. So with that being said, how much faith in this situation in Greece do you have in the professional folks telling you what to do? Stay put. These people leaving, you stay put.
But it's so if a police officer tells me to stay put because there's danger in the area,
Yeah.
I get it.
Okay.
But this is gas.
Yeah.
Cops don't deal with gas.
But RG&E does, or
Right.
construction
All right.
workers do.
But they're telling you what the experts are saying, right?
Right.
And maybe it is even RG&E or
Yeah.
someone like
telling
that
the
that's reaching
police
out.
and telling me to sit.
Or RG&E is reaching out to you personally saying, do not go anywhere.
I'd rather get in my car and leave.
Okay. You want to get in your car
And leave.
and turn on the engine. Well, and there's potentially
Well,
gas
everyone-
that goes
yeah.
into a gas line. It just takes a spark.
Yeah, but it's way over here, Spark.
What?
I'm in my car way over here.
How do you know? How do you know where the gas went, bro? Why are they telling you to stay
why
in
would
place?
you-
Why are they
why would you
evacuating
leave
people?
if it was
I don't know
over
how.
there?
I don't even know how the gas gets to my house.
Okay.
I just know it's bad.
Look, these people, Kimmy, that told these folks to shelter in place, they're professionals. They have an education in some way. They may have been through something like
pros.
this in the past. And we, being in that spot, would
Yeah.
have no idea what was going on. And other than the videos
True.
that you've seen of homes destroyed because of gas leaks, you wouldn't have any idea what to do. You would want to leave in that spot, Tommy?
Yes, I want to get out.
Would you have the balls to actually do it?
I don't know.
Like they tell you, sir, please stay in your home. Everything's getting taken care of. And then they watch you slowly pull out of your driveway and look at them in the eye like, I'm not doing what you told me
Well, it's
to.
not mandatory, right? It's not a.
So
it's
that's-
not like an.
I also don't know how long I'm supposed to
Quarantine.
leave for.
Okay.
How long are you packing a bag?
Two questions. That's two questions that
Yeah.
we will break down here.
Okay.
One, I don't know if you are legally supposed to stay put.
Okay.
Because I think there are other situations where the police can be like, stay put, and if
Right.
you try and move, they can arrest you, right? So,
Right.
I mean, this, again, you could be at a point where just a spark blows everything up.
So
So
let's say you
could
got
be
an
the one
appointment. I got to get to an appointment.
An appointment.
I got the cataract.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good idea. Guy with cataracts driving a car through an open situation.
Well, it ain't getting any better sitting here.
Because, look, if you got in the car and you took off after they said everything will be fine, stay in your house, you are looking them in the face, essentially, and saying, I don't think you're qualified.
Well, I don't want to die.
Okay, but they're
Well, let's say, all right, so let's say, say they come in, they say, you got to stay here.
Okay.
But you see people, like the people who are working around there, hauling ass.
They're
and I mean,
running
just running. They're dropping their tool belts. The helmets are coming off, and they are just effing running.
Okay.
I'm out of there. If
You're
I see
leaving.
panic running from, like, workmen, I'm out of there.
Are workmen like workmen? Why did you say it like
Workmen.
that? Workmen? Nobody
Workmen.
calls
How
them
would you? Workmans?
workmen?
No, there are many men. Workmen.
What do
Working men.
You live in Montana? Workmen?
Look at all those working men running.
Well, when you say it like that, you sound like a
Workman.
dick. Now you sound even more like a dick because you said workman.
I'm out. The wit is out. We're all out of there.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Late last week, a construction crew on Stone Road in Greece hit a gas line. Happened right before noon. They jumped into action, all the pros. They shut down the road. They evacuated the immediate area. But there were people who lived in that range who they told to shelter in place. And there had to be a line, Tommy, where like, okay, these people are evacuated. These people are sheltering in place.
Right.
Like there was someone who was right on that line that was like, wait, Jim's leaving. Where are you going?
Oh, yeah. Like you're like one house away.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, do you trust that they used enough error where it's like, okay, we're going to be super safe and take these people? Or do you feel like you're in the zone where it could be really bad if things go?
Yeah, if I'm in the zone, I'm crapping.
But you don't know where the zone is,
how
man.
would
They don't
you
have a
know?
map.
Yeah,
they're
but my
sharing with
head's
you.
going to like create this imaginary zone that I'm in trouble.
Oh, your head zone.
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe, how are you, buddy?
Hey, Duff, good morning. Hey, let me give you a whole different situation, but you're still talking about self-advocating, correct?
Sure.
All right, so I got sick a couple years ago. I went to the doctor. Now, you're going to trust your doctor, correct?
I mean, I would, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, they told me I had constipation, Duff. I self-advocated and told them I wanted them to send me for a scan, okay?
Okay.
Ooh,
Finally, they listened to me. Long story short, they took a 21-pound cancerous tumor out of my stomach, Duffy.
Wow, holy cow. Well,
But you're still full of crap.
Well, you know,
It's a shame.
but if I didn't self-advocate, God knows where I'd be today if I'd even be here today.
Wait,
You know what I'm
did
trying
you
to
say that tumor weighed 21 pounds?
21 pounds, 10 ounces, Tommy, because I stuck up for myself and I said, you're going to do this. So you know what? I guess what I'm trying to say is don't ever be afraid to speak up for yourself and do what you feel is best for you.
I mean, that's great advice. That is great advice. By the way, the fastest way to lose 21 pounds possible.
Yeah.
Right? Joe.
Not a diet I recommend, Duffy.
No, Joe, that's awesome, and you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But in your situation, although it is far more dire, right?
Yeah.
You had a couple of appointments to talk to people and like look things up, and I feel this way, and other people went through
You're
this.
feeling that
right?
way about your own body.
Yes,
too.
right.
Yeah.
And Joe, like, there's time, right? Where in this situation, if
There
they're
is
like,
that, yeah.
you stay put, you have to
I
make
know
a split
nothing.
decision with
Yeah.
no information. But I get what you're saying. So you're scramming. You're out of there.
I guess, yeah, you put yourself in a situation, possibility of blowing up. I'm going somewhere where there's not a possibility of blowing up.
I mean, that's solid logic.
It's smart logic. You know, I'm not going to stay in a place where you're telling me there's danger.
Okay. All right, Joe. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Well, Duffy, who's telling me to stay in place? The guy that just drank a 12-pack last night at the bowling alley with his buddies?
But that could be everybody. Like I love that argument. You don't know who was having a 12-pack last night because even like that police officer
They're all
or
in the different uniforms.
the driver of the bus or
Sure.
the guy at the grocery store, they all could have had a 12-pack.
Right, but you know who didn't? Myself. So I'm getting the hell out of there.
All right, Joe. Thanks for the call, buddy. Glad you're okay.
Yeah.
Joe's out.
I didn't know you could have a tumor that's the same weight as twins.
Yeah, it's on display at the circus. 21 pounds. Holy
Damn.
How do they roll it down the hall?
Could you imagine?
I can't imagine something that big.
All right, quick sidebar. Right? The victory lap you would do on that initial doctor where they were
I
like,
know.
I think it's just constipation.
How about that power dump you're going to take once they pull that thing out? That's got to feel amazing.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this gas leak that happened on Stone Road late last week. They shut the gas off. They evacuated the immediate area, and they told folks in homes to shelter in place. But there is a point where, The evacuation line ends and the shelter-in-place line begins,
Yeah.
and there's a gas leak. I mean, I wonder if they even told people what was going on.
They'd have to.
Oh, I
right?
would think they maybe. I mean, if you're going to tell people to stay in place, I think people are going to have follow-up questions.
Well, I don't know, because there's been times where, all right, so there was an incident where somebody, this was right when I first moved in my house, there was like a domestic incident
Okay.
somewhere within like 3 miles of my house.
Yeah.
And the guy had a gun and was in the car, and they called everybody and said shelter in place. It was like a recorded message.
Yeah.
But they didn't say why. And we only found out afterwards.
Okay.
Oh.
But if it was a recorded message, I mean, you can't ask.
That's what I mean,
What
though.
you
It's, I
want
don't think someone
anyways.
from RG&E is okay. 585-355.
Well, what if you get an alert on your phone?
Yeah.
Like an RG&E
Oh, yeah.
alert.
Shelter in place?
Yeah.
Gas emergency?
Yeah. If I see that, I'm really freaking out.
Okay, but again, you wouldn't even know which way to go.
I don't
Right.
know, but I want out.
Tommy, what out?
Because I'm also I'm nosy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be open up the door looking, see what's going on.
Bro, there's a gas leak.
I know, but it's gonna
you
get
should,
to
like, the smartest thing to do is stay away from all doors and windows.
Yeah, but that's where all the good stuff is.
Okay. You're like a dog that eats chocolate and dies.
Yeah, but think I have.
Don't eat the chocolate.
But it's so good.
You know, in this story, who it sucks the most for?
What was it?
The construction team. And I don't
The
even.
one that hit the gas line?
I don't even just mean the guy that hit the gas line or
Yeah.
the Gale, because Gales hit gas lines too.
Oh, yeah.
No one likes being inconvenienced by construction.
Yes.
While you're driving home.
Right.
And Stone Road, as much you brought up, it's a long road.
It's one of your top rows.
It's also a pain in the ass when they're working on it because it's only 2 lanes and it's winding,
Yeah.
right? Like Stone Road, I dated a girl that lived on Stone Road when I was in high school. And Stone Road at nighttime is a very scary road.
Oh.
Because there's homes right on it that
Yeah.
are just, you got homes like backing out of their driveway.
No room for error.
Yes,
Yeah.
and there's just blind spots all over the place. So these folks already don't love their commute getting longer and harder when you're doing stuff that could delay traffic.
Right.
Now you've given them an actual reason to be upset because you accidentally hit the gas line.
True. You know what pissed me off, though? I was just thinking about
What's
this,
that?
too. So let's say I turn on the news, right?
Yeah.
And Channel 10 is
Standing
like,
outside.
well, how come they get to be out there?
I don't think they would put them in a spot where they would be in
They're pretty close. I could see what's going on because they always like, if you
just
look
made-
over my shoulder, if we could zoom in here, Chuck, and you could see what's going on. But there's a guy peeking out his door. Should be doing that.
You just made up a scenario and got mad about
I
it.
know.
But they always let them out there.
There's no way.
But do you want to go stand out there? Because you could, I guess, if you wanted to.
Well, I figure if they're out there, I can get the hell out of here.
There's no way they would let them be within an area where they could get hurt if something went wrong. It wouldn't happen. And even with
Well,
crime,
they do put these. I mean, these people on TV, they do put themselves in semi-danger sometimes in the situations they're in.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're not wrong. But
I mean,
even
they'll be around a demonstration that could go bad
Sure.
or something like that. They're always standing too close to the road anyway.
did you hear him right now?
I don't.
Did you hear him
Sometimes
right now?
I see if they're so close to the road, that guy's going to get hit by a car.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
You see, you
But
say
yet
that out
you,
loud?
but yet you love when they go outside in the most dangerous weather.
I do
You're like,
enjoy
oh, that guy's tough. See that guy?
Did you see Jim Cantori this week, guys?
Dude's got some balls, some wet
I don't
balls.
know what you want.
I'll tell you what he doesn't want:
Wet balls?
blows
Yeah.
and discount groceries.
Yeah, I don't want to eat 2 chins.
2 Chint's one of my favorite rappers. 2 Chint's?
Very affordable concert.
Look, man, you've got to be one of the only people in the greater Rochester area that is not excited about
Well,
the
you
potential.
were raised on this stuff.
It's not about being raised
No,
on this
but
stuff.
you grew up on Chint's Chow.
I wasn't raised on this because
Chow.
no. Chint's Chow?
One of the greatest dictators of all time. Chint's Chow. I mean, he could have taken Vietnam in a completely different direction.
But he couldn't afford it. Look. You say that I've always loved this. I never had the opportunity to shop here because this will be the first one in Rochester. It'll be the first one in New York State. And this may, even with all the discount grocery stores, economical grocery stores that we've seen in Rochester before, this may be the one
This is it.
that has the lowest, most rock bottom prices. And not only are they coming in looking for your money, they're going right into the teeth of the lion.
Wow.
And we'll tell you what is coming next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Tommy, this is going to be thrilling
Thrilling.
for a certain segment of the population.
What you got?
Folks that want to save money on their groceries, they're willing to try something new because this will be the first of these coming to our area. And right out of the gate, they are running right up into the face of the big dog, buddy.
Really?
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Before we get to that, the submissions are officially in for Rochester's 2024 Sexiest Dad Contest.
So we got them all.
You can let us know which dad bod you think deserves the honor by going to WCMF.com right now and voting. There's about 40 dads.
Wow.
And there are listeners that you hear on a daily basis, on a regular basis, that have put themselves in.
There's some headliners.
Yes, Skyler is in there.
Skyler.
Word is there's another man who may call the show on a daily basis who didn't use the name he uses in there.
Oh, really?
You can see these people for the first time.
Yeah.
That's always my favorite part.
I did.
You have until Friday morning. And come Friday morning, we in the break room will enshrine the 2024 Rochester Sexiest Dad. All of that sponsored by Heritage Jewelers, unsurpassed value and service guaranteed. That is their heritage. Let them be a part of yours. And brought to you by the break room on Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Are you ready for this?
What's coming?
We in Rochester are getting
What we got?
a bargain market.
What's a bargain market?
You ever heard of bargain?
Exactly what it is. A bargain market.
Have either of you ever heard of bargain market?
I did not until this story.
Okay, neither had I.
But it's not clothes.
No.
It's just food.
It's okay. Bargain Market bills itself as the nation's largest extreme value retailer.
Extreme. To the core.
The California company, they sell fresh and frozen foods and name brand products. That is from their website.
All right.
They say they use, and I will quote, opportunistic sourcing to sell.
What the hell is that, man?
To sell items 40 to 70% below conventional grocery stores.
All right, so this has got to be like stuff that the stores got stuck with?
No.
That they unload?
They buy from retailers that have too much inventory.
That's basically what I just
They're
said.
buying from the retailers, not the other stores.
But they got hung with the stuff that they can't move.
Well, yeah. Too much inventory.
Okay.
Sometimes you overmake things.
All right.
Sometimes a growing season is way more successful than you think it will be.
Oh, okay.
And all of a sudden you're stuck with, an extra 5 tons of bananas. Are you guys interested yet?
Right.
I would definitely check it out.
40 to 70% off, Tommy. There were folks listening. No, as soon as I said 40.
But it's like cast-off stuff.
What do you mean cast
Oh,
off
I don't know.
stuff?
I thought they said they would have some name brand stuff.
They
right?
says they carry name brand stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's
not
like price busted.
What are you talking about?
It's like stuff nobody wanted
How do you know?
because they would have sold it
Okay.
for regular price.
Okay.
I picture
There's
it
a
being,
reason why it's 70% off, man.
I picture it being not too far off from like an Aldi's, right? Like you may get.
This is below all.
Yeah, this seems it's going to be
Right.
more economical than.
But I
Don't
guess
say
in-
below. It makes it sound worse.
But I guess in terms of like sometimes they might have a product and sometimes they don't, based on what they're buying.
So the way it was explained in the Democrat and Chronicle article this week, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy, it'll be like different products.
Yeah.
Different name brand. Let me try this again. Different brand products based on the week. For example, let's use bananas.
Right.
One week it'll be Dole bananas.
Right.
And then the next week it'll be Chiquita bananas, right? Like whoever
Then
has.
banana you've never heard of before.
Does it matter to you?
Yeah.
You do not care about the brand name of your banana. I don't even know what the brand.
Well,
I got
Chiquita's number one.
I got a No, I would
Or
say
Dole, Chiquita.
I
Yeah.
got Del Monte.
Yeah, that's a quality name.
You don't even know where your bananas come from, nor the hierarchy of banana producers. This is what comes from Costa Rica. It says right here on the thing.
Oh, that's a good one.
Look, the bottom line is this.
Yeah.
There are people who, as soon as I said 40 to 70% off
they're in.
traditional grocery
yeah.
prices, yes, their ears perked up, and they're ready to go to this place. And not only will this Henrietta location for Bargain Market be its first in Rochester, it'll be the first in the whole state of New York.
Wow.
What is even more amazing, okay, so Tommy,
Yeah.
Rochester is a grocery store juggernaut town.
Oh, yeah.
Wegmans being our homegrown bread and butter, right?
You have one in every neighborhood, really.
Sure, and if that wasn't enough, Tops is also a massive chain that does a fantastic job.
All right.
With the exception of Whole Foods, you'll see other grocery stores come to Rochester, and they'll try and avoid Wegmans and Tops.
Yeah.
Not Bargain Market, baby.
So they're going right at it.
Their first location will be in J. Scuddy Plaza in Henrietta, 100 yards down the sidewalk from the Highland Drive Wegmans.
So they're going to, but like if you're a
They want all the smoke, and they're coming for it.
All right. But why would you go there if you're a Wegman shopper?
Did you hear the 40 to 70% off?
Yeah, but you're not going to get top grade stuff.
What is top grade stuff?
Top grade?
And by the way, you don't know that.
Number one.
You don't know that.
Everything's prime, grade A, number one.
You don't know that for sure.
Yeah,
Look,
and Wegmans sells nothing but top.
I love
Top
Wegmans. What are you
stuff.
talking about? I'll go buy
And
Apple.
tops, nothing but tops and tops.
The tops and tops?
But that's what they call it, tops.
I'll go to Wegmans and buy apples out of season, and you'll freak out at me. Is that the top grade? Is that A grade, buddy?
Well, that's the top grade out of season.
Mark my words.
All right.
Bargain Market is going to be a hit. It's going to be a massive hit.
Yeah, if you ain't got it, you ain't got it. You got to eat.
I don't think that's it. Kimmy, you can attest. Aldi's is no longer a place where people that don't have money shop. Where people that don't have money shop. It's become a socially acceptable place for everybody to go buy groceries.
they also have like that aisle of it's like miscellaneous items that I know like some people like to go to every like a couple times a week just to see what new stuff is in there.
Neither of you. Well, Tommy, you're not arguing with me. Kimmy, you're with me here. Tommy, you cannot argue the rise in popularity, massive rise in popularity of the discount grocery store. Because there was a time. I remember when Aldi's opened first time in Rochester out in Greece. It was off of Maiden Lane there. And I think I was like 11 or 12.
Yeah.
And it felt dirty going into Aldi's, not the store itself, but like you felt bad about yourself because like you were like an Aldi's kid.
Yeah.
That doesn't exist anymore, man.
No.
There's no shame.
No. People
They're
embrace
being busted.
No, but it's not busted people that are going.
It's just people that prefer that store.
And it's not just Aldi's. Kimmy, Price Right, Save a Lot, they've opened locations in our area. It's been pretty amazing to see what Aldi's has been able to do the last 25 years, going from this secret little grocery store that people were ashamed to talk about to a place that they now openly encourage their friends to try. And there's almost a little cult to the Aldi's thing.
Yeah, I would say so. People that are exclusive Aldi shoppers.
So let me ask you this. Let's say you're going to there's a lot of parties going on right now.
Yeah.
So let's say, So let's say you're invited to a party and they say, all right, you got to bring like something, like chips and dip or the cheese and crackers and the summer sausage. Would you go to Aldi's, buy all that stuff at a deep discount and bring it to somebody's party? Or would you go to Wegmans to bring it because you don't want to be known as like you chinsed out on what you brought to a party?
Oh, you're saying people are going to judge you by the brand of chips.
They judge you by the salsa that you keep.
Yes. Look, would you bring discount busted chip to an event?
I'll say this. It depends on what I have to bring. If they tell me I have to bring soda, I'm not going to Aldi's. I'm going to go get a name brand soda. I don't want to go to Walmart. Yeah, I'm going to go with Diet Coke, whatever. Okay, I'll bring that. Main brand soda. Anything else? No problem going to Aldi's.
So let's say I got open bar, booze. Yeah. I'm serving. I got my Blackstone out, doing shrimp on shrimp on the stone,
Damn.
bro.
Wait, stone shrimp?
Stone shrimp.
Damn.
And here you come with your busted up half a bag of crumb waffle chips.
Waffle chips?
And
I'll
some
eat
name
waffle
it dip by dip. It's not even hell of a good.
No?
It's not even good.
It's hell of a okay.
It's just not even good, man.
No, I feel like when it comes to like providing the snacks, that Aldi's would be the perfect option
But you
for
chinsed
something
out,
like
man.
that.
You didn't even buy name brand to come to my party.
If I opened that bag of chips and I put it in a bowl and served it to you and go, have you tried these new Wegmans chips? You would take a bite and go, these are amazing. See, guys, this is why Wegmans is cream of the crop.
But I can see the bag, and I ain't never heard that name.
So what? You don't know, bro. Wegmans sells 15 different kinds of tortilla chips.
But they're all top brand.
You don't know that. Name one brand. Go, other than Tostitos.
Tostacos.
Tostacos? Tostacos chips.
Dos chip.
How do you say the name of the chip that starts with a Q in the paper bag? Quintilandim. It looks
I know what you're talking about.
It looks like a chemical that's in like a gum, but they're the best tortilla chips. I'm sorry, you were going to say, Kimmy.
I kind of put like if you show up with Wegmans brand chips or a random Aldi's brand, that's the same level of chip.
Agreed.
No, it ain't.
Agreed.
It's backed by Wegmans
It's
and
just
the
a
family.
generic brand of chips.
Yeah.
Danny has endorsed it on the back of the
Not
bag.
saying
He said,
they're
if you
bad.
don't like this chip, I'll personally come to my house and give you a ride in my Ferrari.
That's not true, by the way. Don't do that. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Bargain Market. It's a. Why are you laughing?
We're going to bargain. I feel like I'm going to walk into like a store full of your moms. It's going to be like your
Are you
busted
saying
little.
that my mom shopped or that my mom was like a bargain market kind of woman?
She was.
Well,
you said
know
that.
What I mean. You know what I mean.
You know what I mean,
no,
too,
you
man.
You know what I mean. Do you mean that my mom would have been shopping at Bargain Market? Or do you mean if you were going to buy women, my mother would be only for sale at the Bargain Market?
Yes. I bet good quality, according to you. Just as good as a Wegmans woman.
Bargain Market, 40 to 70% off. Normal grocery store prices, they say they use, quote, opportunistic sourcing. Long story short, they buy from retailers with too much inventory. They say there will be brand names mixed along with not brand names. They are opening
What a mix, man.
in Henrietta, 100 yards from the Highland Drive Wegmans. Kimmy, you were going to say something.
I feel like this is going to be the perfect spot to put it just because of all the college kids in that area.
Oh.
Like, that is a college kid's dream right
But
there.
that I can understand. You ain't got nothing going on.
Okay, but
Like every third egg is going to have a beak. But you work around it, you know?
the world is changing and you don't see it.
What am I not seeing?
No. You live in your ivory Pittsford Tower, right? Yeah. Where, hey, do you want to go to Wegmans? Or do you want to go to Whole Foods? Do you want to go to Trader Joe's? Do you want to go to any of the... That's you nobbing Joe. Outside of Pittsford,
Yes.
Because, Kimmy, you could admit there was a little bit of a status symbol based on the grocery store you shopped at.
Like, oh yeah, for sure.
I'm a Wegmans person, and even depending on which Wegmans you shopped at.
Yeah.
Right? That might be going away with all of the discount grocers not only moving in, but actually competing. And the town of Henrietta is the perfect example of this. Because you wouldn't think of the town of Henrietta as a place where it's like lower on the socioeconomic level.
It's
Right?
like middle class, I guess you'd call it, right?
Okay, so town of Henrietta has 2 Wegmans within a mile of each other, right?
And you got a new one.
Yeah.
Yes, Calkins Road. The new store, Bargain Market, is moving in right next to the Highland Drive. That Bargain Market will be 500 yards away from an Aldi's, which is on Jefferson Road, that is essentially in the same plaza. Quarter mile one way, there's a Price Right. Quarter mile the other way, there's a Big Lots, which also has a grocery section. And there's always people in every one of those grocery stores at all times. So this idea that people are scared to be caught shopping like they used to be at certain places is gone.
So there's no stigma
I don't think
to
so.
being, frugal.
Is it frugal?
Yeah, it's very frugal.
I also
shaving
think
mine.
What is
I mean, I know people that still shop at their regular grocery store, but they'll branch out every now and then just to, I don't even know if it's to look for a discount, but maybe there are certain products at other places that they look for every now and then.
Okay, so that's another good question. Are the folks that are going to shop at Bargain Market, or the folks that are regularly shopping at Price Right or Aldi's, are these people supplementing their Wegmans run with a couple of discount items?
Okay.
Or are they now
straight up
tried and true? Because look, Aldi's selection has gotten a hell of a lot better over the last 10 years.
But it's still a crapshoot.
It's not.
No, like they may not have everything you want all the time.
Hey, can I
to
ask
your
you a
point.
question? Can I ask you a question?
Like, they may be out of those hot dogs where you could find a vein.
Is that what they told you that was? Hey, Tommy, we brought him over for the cookout. Close your eyes. You want to try one of them vein hot dogs again? Oh, look, you found another vein. Look at that. What are the odds? When's the last time you walked into an Aldi's?
So we do this. My wife insists on going around the holidays when the kids are coming home.
Okay.
So we got to do I call it the busted run.
Have you ever
You're
gone
so
there?
creative.
That's why he makes the big bucks, Jimmy.
Well, you're on the same show.
He's the Bargain Market of radio personalities. 40 to 70% off
Oh, I'm
comedy.
full of veins.
Has your wife ever gone into Aldi's and they didn't have something she wanted?
No, because she kind of knows what she has, like a list of,
Yeah.
of like
she
all
makes
these.
that's really unique. She must be the only person in America who makes a list before they go
But
to
she
the
knows
grocery
what
store.
she knows what she wants when she goes in there.
Shut up, you idiot! No, see the difference is.
She's different than everybody else.
But I
there.
talk her out of stuff. Like she was gonna buy a bag of frozen shrimp.
Yeah, why would
Yeah.
you not do that?
I ain't touching that shrimp, man.
Why?
Because it was probably raised in like detergent. It's probably manufactured by the Tide Company in like someplace in the Pacific I'm not aware
Are
of.
you familiar with the shrimp brand that you buy at other places?
Why get Wegmans shrimp?
Is it Wegmans brand, or is it?
Yeah.
Is it just a brand that's sold at Wegmans?
No, it's their store.
Oh,
it says
okay.
Wegmans. You never bought. Wait a minute.
I didn't know.
you
I didn't
never
know it
bought
was-
shrimp.
I just grab a bag of frozen shrimp. I don't look at the actual brand.
How do you not? Shrimp's important. It's
What a
expensive.
Pittsburgh ass statement to make. Shrimp is. Let me ask you a question.
What?
High end shrimp black.
I am. Tommy Shrimps.
Do you buy frozen shrimp or do you buy the fresh shrimp?
We do both.
Yeah?
I buy some from your buddy.
Why do you?
So one of your old coworkers there.
Jeff's a good
Jeff,
dude.
I love that dude. I see him every Saturday. for
First
my
name
stuff.
basis.
Yep.
But I also get the frozen, and sometimes they'll score me some fresh.
Why do you get the fresh?
Because sometimes I'm too lazy to thaw what we have.
Okay. All right.
And there is, to your point, It just have a little bit more of a kick to it.
Oh, does it? The fresh shrimp?
Yeah.
Can I share something that happened over the weekend?
What happened?
Well, I told you I got my Blackstone.
Mm-hmm.
Got a Blackstone. Thank you. You both already have one and got one before me. The break room is now a strictly Blackstone.
We've all popped our stone cherry.
So we made hibachi, and I wanted to try as many things as possible. It's a trial run. So I got a half a pound of fresh shrimp.
Yeah.
And I had to wait. You know why?
Why?
Because they were thawing out the fresh shrimp in the back.
No, it's not.
No, that's exactly what happened.
It's a better grade of shrimp.
You have been buying this fresh shrimp thinking they're like
No, it's fresh.
helicoptering it in.
It's fresh.
Danny's helicopter.
They fly it in daily.
It was frozen.
No, it's not.
It was frozen. No, I swear to God.
You're just making that up.
I swear to God.
You don't buy. You've never bought no fresh-ass seafood.
I worked in the prepared food section at Wegmans. It is thawed shrimp.
Your buddy
How
Jeff
much more
doesn't
expensive is it to buy fresh than it is frozen?
I don't know, because I did the same thing as Tommy. I just didn't want to buy. I didn't want to wait for it to thaw.
Yeah, but they also got those colossals. They don't sell in the bag. What?
Do you? Okay.
It's a bigger shrimp.
Look, going back to Bargain Market, it's a bigger shrimp.
It is.
Going back to Bargain Market again, it's the first location not only in Rochester but New York State. It is a discount grocer, 40 to 70% off other grocery stores' prices. They say, how did they put it? They use opportunistic sourcing.
That is the greatest lawyer line of all time.
Where they buy,
they worked on that for a while.
Where they buy from retailers that have too much inventory, and
They seize opportunities and pass the savings on to you.
yes, that's what every store says they do.
Opportunistic food.
They're opening 100 yards from Wegmans on Highland Drive in Henrietta. Kimmy, there is a little bit of a nostalgia to what's happening in the grocery store world in Rochester.
What do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
You're not Kimmy. Kimmy, when we were kids,
Wait, what'd you do?
it was common to make multiple grocery stops shopping with mom.
She wasn't as poor
No?
as you were,
Well,
bro.
I guess we didn't really. Trying
Her
to
old
think
man
of,
had all
where I
that
lived.
porn money.
So okay, we also lived right near a Big M at the time.
Oh, you gonna make fun of me? She's shopping at the Big M?
So I do remember my dad switching it up, like based on convenience, because the Big M near us sometimes wasn't as busy as Wegmans, so
Okay.
he would
All right.
do it based purely on easier parking.
When I was a kid,
Yeah.
I mean, past the point that we were busted, Wegmans had not evolved into what it is now yet.
Yeah, was it the juggernaut?
Right, you went to the grocery store, you went to the Italian bakery, you stopped at Walmart, you maybe stopped at a bakery outlet, and
Don't
then you
forget
went
about Milk Club.
and well, you had stopped at the gas station for
Deli.
Milk Club,
We
and
did
then
have a
Aldi's.
couple delis.
Right,
Yeah.
there you go. Like
Yeah.
this is what people who are 30 to 50 years old now knew grocery shopping going up. When you got in the car with mom or dad, you were going to make 3 or 4 stops before
But
it
it's
was over.
such a pain in the ass,
But
man.
why not make that work for you if it worked for your parents? If you're going to save money, it's worth it.
But man, you're in and out of the car. It's fine now.
Did you hear?
Wintertime.
You're in and out of the car. Oh my God! In Pittsburgh, they don't even allow it. That's against the law.
I gotta schlep through the snow to get cold cuts over here and goddamn
You
low
lived
end
in New
eggs
Jersey.
over here.
How are you not a deli person?
What do you mean?
Like, wasn't that like big for you growing up? Like
Mm-hmm.
going to the deli?
Yeah.
I'm surprised like you don't enjoy that
But
experience.
Wegmans has that experience right there. It's almost like you're
True.
in Little Italy. I'm telling you, man.
One of these days, we're going to find out that Wegmans has been secretly paying him this entire time, which, again, wouldn't make sense because if you're going to pay a spokesperson, make it someone that doesn't look like the human version of tripe in a cup. That was for all you Italians out there this morning and only you. All right, let's take a break. I mean, Rochester is changing.
What happened now?
Well, I don't know. You can make an argument this is a bad thing.
All right.
I mean, it's also just time marching on because there is a bar that has existed for a very long time on Park Avenue that is no longer there.
Who we losing?
It's a bar that has had 2 names, but everyone calls it what it originally was, right? And the reason why this bar is closing, at least according to one of the owners, is because the kids have found a new place to go. And there's a reason that has happened.
Oh, so the crowd left.
Yes.
Ah.
But the crowd left not because they wanted to. The crowd left because they can't afford to live near this place anymore.
Really?
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 W. No matter your age, for a long time, doing this was a rite of passage for young people in the greater Rochester area. And it happened generation after generation.
Yeah.
Until now.
What happened?
Well, because two very different things happening at the exact same time could signal the end for kids of a certain age having a good time downtown.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45. I know you hate the food fusion, and I'm usually here to argue for it.
Well, it depends how crazy you want to get.
We've officially crossed a bridge too far.
Oh.
Because putting this condiment on this candy is disgusting. But putting this condiment on anything really kind of signals that you may be low rent.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story starts with the end of a bar. Public House, bar on Park Ave, has announced it's closing forever. And if you don't know it as Public House, you know this bar as Preps.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever you called it, it first opened in 1981 as one of the first bars ever on Park Ave. And Preps was famous for sponsoring every type of rec sports team.
Yeah, you're right.
And it was a big hangout for the 21 to 26-year-old crowd. The exact crowd you thought of when you think of the traditional Park Avenue.
Yeah, and it was cheap.
Nothing really changed when Preps became Public House in 2012. Same big crowds. They look like the kids that
Same
were there.
age.
Yep,
Yeah.
10 years before and 10 years before that. But other things started changing.
Like what?
Well, it may have led to the end of this bar. Story of the DNC talked to one of the owners who said they were shutting it down forever. And I would like to read you a quote. Quote, "The kids are drinking in Fairport now."
So why would you drink in Fairport if you're living in Park Avenue?
So that's just it. Now, we know it's true, Kimmy, that the kids are drinking in Fairport. And it may be time, Tommy, to come to terms with something we never thought we'd see.
What's that?
Two completely different events that may have ended the 20-something drinking nights in the city. One, the cost of rent. And two, Fairport out of nowhere becoming Rock Vegas.
Yeah, it is really strange. And that, I feel like, happened pretty quickly.
Like, just in a matter of
within
5
a few years. Yeah.
But I didn't think kids drank in Fairport. I thought it
Nope,
was
they
like
do.
older people like my age going down to these places.
Kids are down in Fairport.
Yeah.
They are? Well,
Yep.
but wait a minute. So if the kids, well, you tell me the kids can't afford to rent on Park Ave, so
Yeah.
they left.
The cost of
How are they living in Fairport?
Because they live with their mom and dad.
Oh.
And I don't know if they're necessarily even living in Fairport, but that's where they're going
So
out
these are
at
porch
night.
bums.
Yeah.
These are high-end porch bums.
Government-subsidized porch bums.
But you'll never get ripped off because they're watching your package.
Look,
What?
the cost of living in the city of Rochester has to have taken a toll on the bar
That's
scene.
a shame, man, because those are the great little joints
Well, but
all
Tom-
through the city, right around there, man.
How the hell can these kids that once filled up all these bars on Park and Monroe and East and Alexander still afford to live down there? They can't afford to live down there. And if you don't live there, why would you drive all the way into the city just to have a drink?
I think there is always something romantic about Park Ave, Monroe Ave, in that area.
Yeah.
Even like University,
Sure.
those little joints, they were so much fun.
I agree
for
with
young
you.
people. And do you want to drink and get after it? And there's a possibility you're running into your mom, your dad, or your mom and dad's friends.
Look, I don't
It kind of
dis-
takes the mystique out of it.
I
right?
don't disagree with you, but the reason it's so romantic in your head is because you were stumbling from your studio apartment or an apartment you shared with
It
like
was
5
that.
people.
And I was doing that at 34.
Yeah, not sad at all. But like, look, you
I
go
was
out in
cool, man.
if I'm not stumbling back and
Yeah.
forth down the street, why would I drive all the way into the city?
I know.
You
I
go-
feel bad for kids, man, because it's such a unique experience.
Look, man, if you go out in the city now, there are more yous than there are punk-ass kids having drinks. I mean, think about the restaurants and bars on Park Ave now. They are more catering towards you than they are to, I mean, even Kimmy's too old to be drinking down on Park Ave now.
No, she's my age when I was drinking down there.
Like I said. And it feels like Fairport may have accidentally stumbled into a brilliant business plan.
Yeah.
If the kids can't afford their own places, like they're living with mommy and daddy now in the suburbs, so all of these kids that are living in Fairport and Parrington and Pittsford, they are going to the bars on the Erie Canal. And it was a perfect storm, Tommy. Kids with disposable income, living with mom and dad, now needing a place in the suburbs to drink. And we say Fairport because it's been like the new hotspot we've talked about.
Like, what do you do? Like, but it's got to be so weird. Like, if you're down there, right? Well, let's say you hook up.
Yeah,
Where are you going?
that's a good question.
I mean, usually you had your cruddy little apartment or her cruddy little apartment that she decorated with fuzzy crap that you were afraid of. You can't sit on that. You know what I mean? Like, it was fun. You were playing house.
Sure,
like you were.
yeah.
What do you do
That's a great question. 252 WCMF. When you meet somebody, where do you go?
if you're both living at home?
Yeah. And by the way, we use Fairport because it's the new hot spot, but we've seen this in other suburban bars in the greater Rochester area. If you walk into a Hooligans or a Jeremiah's or a McGregor's in any suburb, you're going to see the same thing you're seeing in Fairport. Those kids you used to see on Park or Monroe or East Alexander are now drinking there.
I hate it.
Why do you hate it?
I hate it for the youth. I truly feel bad for kids because they're losing out on a tradition and an opportunity to experience life on your own.
Look, you're right.
And now you're not. Now it's like if you hook up, we're going out to the parking lot for, Auto Finger. Worst James Bond movie of all time.
How'd that theme song go?
Auto Finger, 'cause you live at home.
Yeah, man. All the girls drinking at the bar are clamoring for an Auto Finger.
Well, that's all you're going to get because you ain't going to get anything else.
Look, come on, man.
The only thing that's going to be wet is that canal, darling.
How do we continue with this conversation?
I mean, I guess you only know what you know. And these kids didn't know a life of going in and having apartments on Park Ave and Monroe and East Alexander.
And I would also say like that there is always going to be like a shift in the where kids go out. I think like with every generation, because I feel like we went to different bars than like our parents went to. Like think of all the Kodak employees that would drink at those bars near Kodak that like that area doesn't really exist the way it once did.
I don't know, man. California Brewhouse still cranking away.
But that makes sense because of business, went away.
But I just feel like every now and then things shift and, your kids may go out somewhere different than you did. I think that's like a natural thing that happens.
Here's where you may be a little bit off. And again, we're talking about how Public House used to be Prep's bar on Park Avenue, one of the first bars in 1981 to open on Park Avenue, announced it's closing forever. And one of the owners says the reasons is all the kids are drinking in Fairport now. And the reason that is happening is because rent has become too expensive for the, 18 to 25, 26
So the price out.
Yeah, exactly. And if I'm not downtown living, why would I drink downtown?
You wouldn't do it.
Exactly. I mean, that's a DWI wrapped in a box, right? Kimmy, to your point that everyone had different bars growing up, you're right. But the strange thing to think about is the last 3 generations in Rochester had city living and city drinking in common. And it doesn't matter if you graduated high school in 77, 97, or 07. You moved into a cheap apartment in the city, and you made that area your playground.
Yeah, it was your neighborhood.
And every generation had their massive party, to your point, Kimmy, right? There was the big-ass tent that was downtown in the 80s. That went away after the big-ass shows and that big-ass party ended. Then you had East End Fest, which was a huge deal. That was the generation previous to mine. And when that went away, Kimmy, the bar scene blew up downtown. It blew up between University, over on East, over to Park, over to Monroe. Like that
section, whole area.
Yeah. There were 75 different places to go out and drink on a Friday or Saturday if you wanted to. And there were always people you knew that were out.
Walking around.
And if you didn't want to go home, you didn't have to.
No.
You were going to go find somebody. And even in the world pre-cell phones, right, you could walk into a bar and be pretty confident any bar you walked into, you were going to know somebody.
Oh, yeah.
Right? It is heartbreaking, you're right, that this latest round of kids aren't going to have that experience.
So they're priced out of fun.
I mean, that's what it feels like. Unless there's another reason, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, I guess it's also possible that the bars in Fairport are so good that they're drawing kids away from what they traditionally did.
But those bars have got to be
they're new.
expensive to drink at.
Some of them are newer, so maybe there's just, I don't know.
But the price?
I don't know. Maybe it's not that far off.
Well,
I honestly don't know what the price differences
in buying drinks, you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. It's got to be expensive to drink at those joints in Fairport.
Okay, but let's talk about that. Maybe it is. Let's say hypothetically it is more expensive to drink in Fairport than it is on Park Avenue. You're living at home.
Oh, yeah, so mommy and daddy going to subsidize you.
You don't have rent.
Right.
I'm not saying mommy and daddy are giving you like a $20 go pat you on the head and telling you to go drink with your friends.
No, but if you ain't paying rent, then you're right. Then you got money to go party.
Exactly. And even if you are stashing money away to try and eventually buy a house or move out, I mean, again, just think of now I'm going to sound like an old man. Think of the gas it costs to get from Fairport, Parrington, Pittsford into downtown Rochester.
Yeah.
The Uber it would cost you on a Friday or Saturday night to go back and forth. It's weird, man, but it's the world we're living in now.
In a world where there's no more alcohol in the city.
Does it ever go back?
I mean, it would have to be affordable again.
Right?
And if people my age are buying up those places and living there now, it's going to be a while.
I mean, is that good or bad for the city?
I don't know.
Well, let's walk through
Well,
it.
you mean like
if you have older folks buying those properties, older folks moving into those apartments because they are
Well, they're
the
probably
ones,
cleaning them up.
Okay.
Well, they're not run down like some of those places, those older homes. I mean, they're just rental units.
They might still be run down just with more expensive rent.
More rundown people, old-ass rundown people.
Well, I mean, look, man, what it costs to live is what it costs to live, right? So maybe there are professionals in their late 20s, early 30s that are living like we did when we were 18, 19, 20 because that's what rent costs right now.
Oh.
Right?
All right.
I mean, sure, you want to think you wouldn't put up with it, but if the landlord goes tough, where you going?
Mm-hmm.
Where you going to go back with mommy and daddy?
You need a joint.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about the public house. Used to be Preps. It's been a bar since 1981 on Park Ave. That bar is officially closing forever, and the reason, given a bunch of different stuff. But one of the owners said in the DNC, and I quote, "The kids are drinking in Fairport now. The rent is too damn high. The kids are living too damn close to mommy and daddy, with mommy and daddy. You drink in the suburbs."
All right.
Let's talk to Jude. Hey, Jude.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, bud.
Good. Yeah, so I just moved down to Fairport from the Park Avenue, Oxford area. Like, I was right there by Half Pint. And the rent is almost identical to move down to Fairport to as it is in Rochester. So,
right. How old are you, buddy?
That's one thing. I'm 27.
All right, so you're 27 years old, and you're paying the same in a suburb that you were on Park Ave there.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
What's the other reason you wanted to go back to Fairport?
Well, so I actually grew up way down in Honeyway, but I moved down to Fairport because it's popping down there. I mean, it's the place to be with regards to drinks, and it's only probably about $2 more a beer. Nothing crazy. So
that's actually pretty expensive. $2 a beer if I'm drinking 8 beers.
$2 more.
True.
I guess maybe we're different drinkers, Jude, but that $2 a beer, I'm like, nah, no thanks. I'll stay home. But I'm old. Hey, Jude, so the draw to staying in the city of Rochester to be like young, cool, metropolitan guy wasn't enough. You wanted to be in the suburbs.
Yeah, and honestly, the Easton Alexander area has gotten a little kind of seedy. You know, it'll get weird here and there, but I mean, you go down there in Fairport, you're getting into a good night. So that's kind of what drew me down there.
I want to ask a question.
Yeah.
Because Jude says you're 27. You said.
Yes, sir.
All right, because you bastard. Something he said happens to all of us, right?
How's that?
He goes, Easton Alexander got a little seedy. See, here's the thing. I don't think Easton Alexander got a little seedy.
What do you think happened?
I think you grew up, Jude.
Yeah, it got a little young for me. It probably got a little young for me.
That's what I mean, because there is it's a funny coming of age in Rochester when you're those bar scenes down there, Monroe Avenue, East Alexander. It's crazy. It's not like it was. It was always that way. You just got old man eyes now, Jude.
But you shouldn't have that at 27.
27 is older than
That's
you think.
kind of like the.
Never was when I was 27.
I had a mortgage, 2 children, and was hosting this show at 27 years old.
I think when you're approaching 30, that's when you start to see things differently, right? You're leaving your 20s soon.
Yeah. Hey, Jude, thanks for all the info, buddy. Enjoy Fairport and your government-subsidized porch.
And your kayak.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
There goes Jude. I mean, well, think about this, too.
Sounds like an old man.
I wonder if you're getting more bang for, I should have asked him, but I wonder if you're getting more bang for your buck in Fairport. Like
that's the old man statement right there. I want quality in my
But I
night
do
out. I
wonder
need more bang.
because-
Too rich for my blood.
Because if you're living in Park Ave, you're most likely living in a house that was split into a bunch of tiny apartments,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah.
I wonder if you make that move to Fairport, if you're getting more space overall.
And it brings up another interesting question, even when it comes to us as kids, because, look, I moved to the city of Rochester because it was the least expensive place to live.
Right.
I lived off of Winton on Juniper Street, and I loved living down there. There were a lot of great little bars. I was right close to everything, right?
Yeah.
But, I grew up in Gates. If there wasn't a place where I could spend the same money on rent and stay in Gates, I might have done that.
Really?
Yeah.
Remember go downtown for the grimy fun you could have downtown?
Look, I had a blast. And maybe with the bar scene and everything, and that was the cool thing to do, maybe I still would have gone, right? But I don't know, man. If your friends and family are all living in that town, there would be a little bit more cachet with a woman, hey, I'm living in a nicer place than Park Ave, Monroe Ave.
But it didn't really matter back then.
Well, yeah, not the types of chicks we were bringing home.
Well, but that's the kind of chicks you wanted.
No, we didn't want
You wanted chick on demand.
Chick on demand?
With a wide open menu. That's what you were looking for. Good city, grimy fun. Grimy time.
We'll take one more call, 252-WCMF. Dan has got the last word. Hey, Danny, how are you, buddy?
Hey, happy birthday, Pat.
Thanks, Dan.
Just wanted to wish you a happy birthday and tell your mom I wish her well.
Okay. Did you lie to Kimmy about what you wanted to talk about to get on the air?
Yep.
Great call, Dan.
See, this is who you're going to run to at Fairport.
Happy birthday,
Dan's.
Fairport.
Yeah. Danny's Bar and Grill.
Look, I'm with you. I miss. We didn't know how good we had it when we were struggling, right? Like there was that freedom, there was that lack of responsibility. It was beautiful.
I always told you, one day you'll realize how free your broke ass was.
Yeah, but we can never go back to that.
No, you can't.
Like, let's say both of our wives left us, which may be 2 or 3 weeks away, right? Yeah. And we decided to move back down to Park Ave or Monroe Ave. We'd look like losers.
Well, I would be ancient loser.
But you look more like the guys living down there than I do now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because I even remember as a kid, like there were those guys that just lived on Park Ave for the rest of their lives. And they kept living that lifestyle. Right? When it was my age, they were still wearing the cargo shorts and the Jesus flip-flops. They'd wear a backwards hat with like an Abercrombie t-shirt. And there was an age at like 24, 25, 26 where it was like, those guys aren't
cool.
Yeah. Not. I don't. All right, everybody, I hope we're going to move on. I appreciate the call. This candy is delicious on its own. In fact, it's one of my favorites.
Oh, all right.
And there is a trend happening.
What are they doing?
On social media where people are adding this condiment to this candy. And people are saying it sounds disgusting. It tastes amazing.
They make a condiment for candy?
No, it's not for candy. It's a standard condiment that's in your kitchen right now. Not only have we gone too far, but even this condiment in general, whatever you put it on, I think makes it more low rent.
Oh.
Tell you what it is next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Look, I know I normally argue for food fusion.
Yeah, you're big on this.
Yeah, in
man.
this case, you're right. This is disgusting. And it's been all over social media, and there are people that are saying, despite the fact it sounds so gross, if you try it, you'll love it.
Like, you'll be amazed.
Yeah. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8 o'clock this morning. We're going to freak you out because you never want to think of these things getting in your house, but it does happen. And the good news is we have tips from professionals on what to do if you wake up to one of these in your home.
This sounds like something that's going to scare the crap out of you.
Oh, it is. The bad news is the professionals are not going to do what you think they're going to do for you.
Oh.
And we'll tell you what it is just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. There is a new food trend that is all over TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook.
What are they doing?
They're taking a Kit Kat bar.
Ooh, a delicious Kit Kat.
And they're slathering it in ketchup.
Ugh. Why would you do that?
It's all over.
Why would you take the most perfect piece of candy?
Yeah.
Which is kind of fusion candy in itself.
What are you talking about?
Well, it's a cookie and chocolate.
It's not fusion candy.
Well, it is because
a cookie and chocolate's Twix.
Yeah. No, this is
Kit Kat's like a what do
I'm
they
not
call
going to
wafer?
argue with you.
No, it's not a cookie.
Y'all
It's
don't
no,
know candy.
no,
My
she's
generation
right.
gave me the candy.
No, she's right. It's a wafer. It's not a cookie.
Well, a wafer is a cookie.
No, it's not, you skinny-ass bitch. You don't know nothing about candy.
Look who's talking.
Bro, I still eat Kit Kats. I had peanut butter cup last night. What are you going to do about
A
it?
cup? Wow.
That's right. Yeah, damn right.
Man.
There.
Eat your face. And 3 Girl Scout cookies. Here's the thing.
All right. So you dip the
No,
Kit Kat
you don't
into
dip,
ketchup?
You
pour it
slather
on like
it
a
on
hot
the
dog?
Kit Kat.
It has to taste terrible.
So
It's gross.
Yeah.
there are videos of skeptical people all over social media suddenly being transformed when they put this in their mouth. And folks who have tried it say the combination of the Kit Kat and the ketchup makes it taste like a chocolate-covered strawberry, but saltier and tangier.
A tangy, chocolatey strawberry.
Why strawberry?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Where does the strawberry flavor
Yeah,
come
where's
from?
that come?
It's something
'Cause
about
it's tomato.
Thank you, Dr. Muley.
Something about the combo?
I don't know. Look, I haven't tried it. I'm telling you what they're telling me. And there are lots of people who reacted just like you guys who tried it on video, and all of a sudden they were like, this is amazing. Thoughts?
No.
No?
I ain't. And I like ketchup. I ain't putting it on nothing weird.
I'm not a big ketchup person, but my husband is.
Okay.
Like he told me the other day, and I'd never heard of this. He puts ketchup on sandwiches, like deli meat sandwiches.
No, dude. That's like a
That was pushing it too far
rag
for me.
sandwich.
And I go, I've never
That's
heard of that
gross
before
because
in
it
my
would
life.
squirt. It would squirt out the bottom of it, right?
Yeah, because
when
he
you're
does.
eating it.
So he always did that instead of mayo. He would put ketchup on sandwiches.
Like a burger, fry, gotta have ketchup.
Okay, so let's talk about what ketchup goes on. Because burger fry, hot dog, that's it.
Yeah, potatoes, like a home fry, something like that. I could do it like that.
Okay.
Any kind of fried potato.
I'm going to make the argument. Ketchup is the least classy of all the condiments available.
Well, I mean, standard yellow mustard.
No,
is
because
about the
mustard
same.
goes into like actual
Yeah,
recipes where you'd be
yeah.
like, oh, we need mustard or else this really like you can like if you're gonna smoke something, you can do like a mustard rub, right? That's classy.
Well, and the
Alright.
ketchup also just reminds me of being a little kid and like covering everything in ketchup. It's like a little kid condiment.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go a step further. Ketchup is the least necessary of all the condiments that exist.
But no, I always got to have it.
No. You only need ketchup to cover up a food that is not doing what it should be doing.
What, like French fries?
Yeah.
Well, French fries I could eat alone or with
No,
ketchup.
if the fries
Yeah.
are good, you don't need
Oh, no,
ketchup.
I'm going to eat.
Well, it's always better with ketchup.
Well, then
I'm
no,
going
no,
ketchup.
you guys-
and if I'm going to eat fried eggs, I'm having ketchup.
You're low rent. I mean, that's
Okay.
what it is. No, I mean, like, look.
So
if-
you wouldn't put ketchup on an egg, bacon eggs?
No. I like my bacon and eggs, no ketchup.
Ugh.
What? No, I'm serious. Like, if the eggs are done the right way, it doesn't need ketchup. If a burger's done the right way, it doesn't need ketchup. Hot dogs,
No, I
don't
got
put
it. So
anything on
you
it.
eat burgers dry.
Well, it depends.
You
on-
don't eat no dry ass
No.
burger, you
Depends.
You gotta
fat
put
bazut
something
that
on
I
it.
Watch me
knew.
do it. You've watched me
You
do
don't,
it.
You were
you don't even
gravy
put, like,
boy.
You don't even put like mayo or like
depends
You
on
don't get
what-
300 pounds eating dry burgers, baby. I'll tell you that. I don't know what world he was living in back then, but I saw his condiment
Look,
ass.
I'm not
I was
saying.
gonna say you have to.
He
use
had
ketchup.
condiments on him all the time. If you punched him in the waist, he would
Like a condiment
bleed
belt?
mayo, and probably duck sauce.
It was like Sonic the Hedgehog, where like all the rings go flying everywhere. No, man, I'm telling you, you're right. I'll put things on burgers, but only to highlight taste, not to cover. Ketchup cover. No.
You're trying to sound like big money.
Bro, I'm telling you right now. You've watched me do it. Like, look, if I'm going to somebody's cookout and they're like hammering burgers and it's like, okay, it's just coming on and off. Yeah, I'll put ketchup on
No,
that.
it enhances it. I love it.
No, it doesn't enhance it. Like if you go to a place like I don't know, Tom Walls in Avon.
Yeah.
You don't put ketchup on that
I
burger.
do.
No,
And
you
mayo.
don't. You shouldn't.
I ketchup and mayo.
I could do a slight bit of mayo, but that enhances. Ketchup covers up. It's true, man. Look, I have a more sophisticated palate, it seems, than you.
From who,
I
man?
don't know.
You were raised on poor.
That's what I'm saying.
You
That's why
ate
it's
poor
so.
food, man. I was raised sophisticated.
That's why it's so weird that you two have such low rent.
No, you know what, man? Because I
condiments.
embrace all the condiments.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You don't put mayonnaise on anything.
I love mayonnaise.
Really? What's the last thing you put mayonnaise on?
A sandwich?
What sandwich is that?
A while ago sandwich?
You don't do it.
No, but I'm having a sandwich. I put like a BLT. I
Like
put
if
mayo
he's
on.
gonna do it, he goes full condiments.
I was good. Every day I'm a bitch. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this newest food trend, ketchup on a Kit Kat, which sounds like a really bad rap group. There's videos all over social media of skeptical people trying it, then being amazed how good it tastes. These folks say it tastes like a chocolate-covered strawberry, but saltier and tangier, but past this food. I mean, look, if you put ketchup on stuff, it's because, A, you're not classy, or B, the food that was prepared was not prepared the right way. Every burger, hot dog, French fries, whatever that was prepared correctly does not need ketchup.
I
Dry hot dog.
Yeah, love it.
bet you do.
No, but you can put things like grilled onions on there. You can put relish enhances. It doesn't cover.
No, but I got to put stuff on my hot dog. I had to put
Is
mustard on a
relish
hot
not
dog.
a condiment?
Relish
Yeah.
is a condiment. No, I'm saying I will put condiments, but only
But
condiments.
only
that
the high-end
enhance.
ones.
Well,
Well,
the highest grade of mayo and relish.
There is an enhancement and there's a cover up, and a ketchup is a coverer where the other ones are enhancers. I mean, I don't do mustard much either, to be honest with you.
I love mustard.
Same.
Here's how I know someone.
I'd rather do mustard than ketchup.
Here's how I know someone doesn't know what they're doing when it comes to burgers and hots.
Oh,
If I go
explain.
get a plate with somebody
Yeah.
and they put ketchup on top of it, I've lost all respect for
Oh,
them.
I would do ketchup and mustard. I would have pockets around that plate
Yeah,
when
no,
I eat it.
you don't put ketchup on because again, everything you need is there: cheese, hot sauce, mustard,
Well, a
onions.
garbage plate is a unique thing because you do have hot sauce on it.
But you still put ketchup on it
Yes, I do.
because you're low rent. You're a low rent, condiment eating ass bitch.
I'm a ketchup hoe.
Ketchup.
I'm a ketchup hoe.
Kimmy, you put ketchup on your garbage plate?
Yeah, ketchup and mustard.
There
Yeah.
you go. And you're
Because it's a burger.
No, he says
it's
you
not.
low.
It's plate.
You low rent.
Yeah, look,
You low end.
Like, I'm not even a big ketchup person, but I do put it on the basics, like
Yeah.
hot dog, hamburger.
It's the law, man. It's the law of the condiment.
All right, again, you were on the phone. I'll say it to your face.
Go ahead.
You low
Garbage
end.
plate has hot sauce,
Yeah.
mustard, onion, cheese on the burgers if you're doing burgers. You got the sauce on the mac salad. You're just covering up all that flavor if you put ketchup on top of it.
A little ketchup never hurt anybody.
Way to ruin a plate.
Yeah, but you can't ruin a plate because once
No.
you got down plate road, you just don't care about
Once
your
you go
health.
down Plate Road.
One of
you
my
just-
favorite Bruce Springsteen songs, by the way. Oh, Plate Road. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good, man. What's up?
Good to hear from you.
So I remember a few years ago there was a trend going on. It was, if I remember right, mustard on Oreos,
Okay.
which I like mustard, I like Oreos, but those two together sound absolutely disgusting.
Did you try
And
it?
also, why would I try it? It sounds disgusting.
So, you want to call us with other things you haven't done?
Yeah, also this dumb trend with the Kit Kat and the ketchup. I don't do that stuff. It's like I'll put ketchup, not a ton. I'll put a little bit of ketchup on a hot dog, not to mask it. And then I prefer my relish and mustard.
All right, Ben.
Let me write all that down.
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Great to talk to you. Joining us, we had East Coast Ben. Now West Coast Ben is on CMF. Hey, Austin, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Good, Ben. What's up?
I am probably worth about 2.5 Duffys, 5 Kimmys, and maybe 3 Tommies. And I would tell you guys that I have tried another candy bar with ketchup, and that happens to be Snickers. And my God, is it delicious!
So you did Snickers with ketchup and you enjoyed it?
Yes, don't knock it till you try it. Like, these are how, like, new recipes and foods kind of get, like, invented, kind of, like, discovered, just by trying new things.
Okay, how can I ask why you put ketchup on a Snickers bar?
How'd that happen?
Well, let's just say that I have a mind of a goldfish, and I forget things that I shouldn't be doing, but,
So you just randomly were sitting around and you
On your own.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, as you guys can tell, I don't have much going on, apart from calling this Podunk Show, so.
Do you put ketchup on the bodies in your basement?
Yes, Tommy. Yes, I do.
If I walked in somebody's house and they had a Snicker bar and a bottle of ketchup out, I'm leaving.
Yeah, that's strange. Just out of nowhere, too.
Yeah.
Right. The one thing I would not put ketchup on, well, there's many things, would be a steak. Like, who does that?
Nothing sets off the taste of a steak like a good dollop of ketchup. Austin, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I agree with you. Like that should be. You should go to jail for the rest of your life if you ever put ketchup on.
There are
a steak.
high-end guys that do that.
It's one guy.
No, there are high-end
Maybe another
guys.
one.
Donald Trump Jr.
That's who. Tweets coming in. Thank God there are some reasonable people on this planet.
What do you got?
Chrissy writes us, I've never understood ketchup. It covers the savory flavor of burgers. If the burger is really good, why would you use ketchup? There's a restaurant in Connecticut that never serves ketchup, and if you bring your own, you get thrown out. And that's the kind of world I want to live in. 252 WCMF. So we had said, this new trend, putting ketchup on a Kit Kat bar. Tim is on CMF. Tim, what are you doing right now?
I am literally putting ketchup on a Kit Kat right now on my way to work.
Why do you have ketchup in a Kit Kat at the ready?
In your car.
Because I heard you guys say it. I'm the crazy guy on the crew, so we just stopped at a gas station, and I walked in and asked for ketchup and a Kit Kat.
Okay, do you have it ready to go right now? Can we get your reaction in
Looks
real
like
time?
NASA.
Sure.
All right, here we go. All right, this is Tim.
All right, here we go.
Tim is
I
breaking
put
new
the
ground.
ketchup on the Kit Kat.
You don't have to give us every play-by-play, Tim.
Just eat it.
Oh, yeah, every play-by-play. Okay, it tastes like ketchup, and now it tastes like Kit Kat.
Now, only that kind of
Amazing.
deep investigative reporting do you get in the break room.
Who would have called
So
that?
it's not
That's right.
fooling you.
It's not fooling you. There's no mixed flavor. It's just you get ketchup, and then you get Kit Kat.
Is it good?
It's not bad.
All right.
Tim, thank you for doing this experiment with us, buddy. We appreciate the call.
Yep, have a great day.
There goes Ketchup Kit Kat Tim. By the way, this became so popular, Kit Kat and Heinz started teasing a collaboration called Kit Ketchup.
Ketchup.
Now, it doesn't seem like it's a real thing now, but of course, if this gets popular enough, it'll be a real
You know what's going to be grossing me out? If I see people squirting that stuff on, like, dessert. Like
Are
somebody getting a piece of cake and then squirting ketchup on it and eating it.
There probably are. I mean, I'm sure there's jello
Bet you-
desserts that
yeah.
involve ketchup.
Dessert?
Yeah.
Like what?
I don't know.
A
Like I
cake,
said,
a slice of cake, a slice of pie, and a ketchup.
You people put ketchup on everything.
What are you calling you people?
You
First of all, you people are you people.
Well, no. I mean you people that wear platform bowling shoes, you people. All right, let's take a break. If you were to wake up to find this in your house, you would be horrified. Horrified. And it happens in this area around this time of year.
Oh.
Luckily, the experts are here to tell you what you should do. And you would think, Tommy, having no experience with these, the experts would be ready to come in and take care of this for you.
Oh.
And you would be wrong.
Oh.
We'll get into the story next here in the break room on CMF. We like to think there are people, experts, who can take care of a situation when we don't have the expertise or we're scared out of our minds.
Okay.
And most of the time, that is the case. Here, it's not.
What?
Well, one of the scariest wild animals you can imagine. If it gets in your house, excuse me, burping in a microphone. If it gets in your house, it sure sounds like you may be on your own.
Sounds like, I think I know where you're going here.
Oh, do you?
Yes. Because it's a summertime thing.
Summertime animal.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just classic rock. 96.5 WCMF. With the weather now warmer, the health department out in Ontario County is letting its residents know they need to be on the lookout for, you want to guess?
Bats.
Nailed it, buddy. Now, it's not uncommon for a bat to get in folks' homes around this time of year.
Yeah.
And when they do, according to the experts, you need to act, and you need to act quickly. Here's what they say to do in case you wake up with a bat in your house. Are you ready for the list? Okay, 1, catch the bat.
Catch it.
Let's stop there.
Okay. I might struggle out of the gate here then.
You gotta catch your own bat?
How? With what?
Okay, so
my bat net?
I was waiting for step 1 to be get the hell out and call a professional.
Yes.
They also make it very clear, the Ontario County animal, whatever, that bats are known carriers of rabies. Which is important to know. Not a great thing to tell me if you want me to catch this bat that's in my house. Other issue, you asked how? They don't really give you any info in this article on how to catch a bat.
Like, how many non-professionals in the history of the world have they caught? Like, a non-professional exterminator caught a bat in their house.
If Ontario County is telling people to do it, maybe it's more than we think.
All right. Because I always thought, like, you open up a window and then you try to shoo it out with, like, a broom or something.
I mean, that would make sense, right?
Because the ones I've had in my house, they just go back and forth, like, fast. And they just hug the roof.
Yeah, but did you tell your mother to close her legs so that wouldn't happen again? And by the way, it's not even like it was lonely in there. She was just banging bats, bro. She's a big old bat bagger.
So my mother had a bat cave between her legs.
Oh, boy, did she. Oh, boy, did she.
Why did you say it twice?
I didn't. By the way, step 2 is calling the health department so they can test it for rabies before they let it loose.
Wait, I got to catch it and hold it?
Yes, that's what they're saying.
I'm doing catch and get out.
Catch and get out?
Yes.
No, you do the dirty work, and then Ontario County comes in and they test the bat for
And
rabies.
when do they get to my house? 2 to 3 weeks from now?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Because everybody's got a staffing shortage, right?
Yeah, that's a good question. How long do you have to hold the bat for, and do I have to keep the bat alive? Because they're going to release it. It says they just
Now I got to feed it. So now it's a hostage situation.
By the way, I didn't know they could test him for rabies without killing him. Do they, like, draw blood from the bat?
Maybe that's what they take it away, and then we're going to release it later after we stomp on it.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know. So I do know people that have, like, lake houses and live up on the shore.
Ooh!
I'm not one of them people.
I know people with money.
So if you have umbrellas, like those umbrellas like around your table that you close up at night, they can go up in there.
That's where they hang out
and live.
Okay.
And you got to really be careful when you crank those things open because you may get some bats flying out of an umbrella.
At least that's outside.
Yeah.
But it's still, you're right there cranking
Yeah,
it damn
if
thing.
you
Your
don't
head
know.
is right there, and they're going to come straight down to get out.
And, bro, you have the prime landing forehead for a bat. You could have a whole family of bats hanging out on that thing, just biting you over and over again. Because from a distance, it kind of looks like an overripened peach.
It's amazing how that joke keeps coming back.
No, that
even
joke
though
was
it's
funny.
not.
That was a new one. That's a fresh, giant forehead joke.
Much like your fresh giant peach of a forehead. By the way, they did a great job at Trends. You look fantastic.
Oh, thanks for noticing.
You had jarringly black hair this morning. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, Ontario County putting out the word that it is now the time of year where bats can get into people's homes. They are telling people, here's what you need to do if a bat gets in your home. 1, catch the bat.
Wrestle it to the ground.
2, call the health department so they can test it for rabies before they let it loose again. You asked how many non-exterminators have caught a bat in their lifetime. Jared's on CMF. Hey, Jared, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
Yeah.
I was living in Buffalo in an apartment, and got a bat came in through a window or wherever the hell it came in from. Cat carrier, little thing you take the animal to the vet in.
Yeah.
It was sitting up on a cabinet. We kind of opened the gate, pushed it over it, and shook it a little till he flew into the cat carrier.
All right, so it was no problem for you. You had it under control.
Yeah. No.
All right, your phone's breaking up, Jared. I'm going to let you go. He can catch a bat. He can't work a phone.
But he opened up a pet carrier. The
Yeah.
damn thing just flew in there on its own.
Well, I guess if you had the carrier up to where the bat was.
I ain't getting that close to something that could give me rabies.
If you're going to catch it, you have to get
Yeah.
close to it.
How else are you going to do it?
I'm moving. We're selling.
You're selling the house with a
Selling
bat.
it.
It's like
It's a hot market right now. I hear you can move a house with bats and no inspection.
the bat now owns the house. You leave that house, according to New York State
can
real
have
estate law, it owns the house. All right, so you don't think you could catch a bat?
I know I can't,
Okay.
based on the amount of bats that I've caught. And I've had 2 bad experiences, actually 3.
What did you do when the bat got in your house?
So it was living on Cornhill, and it got in the hallway, and there's no open window. So we had to open it downstairs and shoo it with a broom downstairs.
Okay.
Fun fact: bats don't like to go downstairs. They
No
don't like to
kidding.
go upstairs.
Well, they fly.
So it took us forever. Everybody in that apartment was basically trying to march this, and they are scary as crap. They look like a bird from Satan's
Well, yeah.
flock.
It's a bird from Satan.
It does. It looks like a hellacious bird.
Is catching a bat always a two-person job?
It usually is, because if it's one person, I'm just screwing.
I mean, and what tools would you have around the house where you could catch a bat? Because I guess you could
And
grab
hold it.
I mean, you could grab it with a net, but if you don't fish, who's got a net line?
I don't have a
around?
net. I don't have a pet carrier.
What about a blanket? Could you just throw a blanket over
Well,
it?
for how long?
I don't know.
How you feed it? Because you're gonna have to do something. First of all, I ain't holding it. I'm catching.
It says you got to hold it. Ontario County says you got to hold it.
I'm not. And you can call the bat cops or
No,
Batman.
no, bat cop.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, if you throw a blanket over it, you're still gonna have to open the blanket and do something.
Yeah,
with
but
it.
that's when Ontario County gets here. Now it's your problem.
I will say this: if I got it underneath the blanket,
No.
the big shoe coming out.
No,
brother.
don't kill
You know
the
them
bat.
big wooden. You know them big wooden shoes I got that you make fun of.
Yes.
They look like I carved them out of a tree. Size 9 is coming down on your ass.
Don't kill
Oh,
the bat.
bro,
Didn't mean to get in your house.
I don't care, man. I'm doing the cha-cha-cha on his head.
252 WCMF 252-9263.
It
Excuse me.
is stomping time.
Don't
Tommy
kill
stomps.
It seems that way more people than you estimated have
Yeah,
handled this
wow.
situation.
Well, people
geez.
bragging, they making stuff up.
Well, let's talk to Robin. She's on CMF. Hey, Robin, how are you?
Good, guys. How are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
Best bat story ever. Me and 2 roommates sharing a roommate down off East, or sharing an apartment down off East Avenue.
Okay.
My now husband, then fiance, was home on leave from overseas, and we hear a ton of commotion in the house, screaming, throwing things. We run out. My roommate's running around with a baseball bat. The other one's got a broom. There's holes in the floors from throwing chairs, and we're like, what? And they're like, bat, bat, bat. So we grab a broom. We grab a broom, and of course, my fiance is pretty intense. He just came home from overseas, and he just takes this big broom and he slams him in the corner and wraps him up in a jacket and throws him out of the house.
Wow.
And the best part, we go out later, and the bat is sitting on the hood of his truck.
Wait, waiting for him?
Jesus.
Revenge.
Waiting for him.
Hey, remember me.
I'm back.
So, Robin, how many people did it take to get that bat out of the apartment?
Well, I ran like Tommy into the bathroom and closed the door.
Okay.
So
Robin.
3 of them. Three of them. A pregnant woman, a man with like an 8th grade education, and my then boyfriend who was a combat vet.
Okay,
So it took the
So-
United States Army basically to get rid of this goddamn bird.
It's true, yeah. But it's also hard to
pretty-
figure out
pretty
who you'd
much.
be in that story because you would be the person that ran away like Robin did. You may also be the person with the 8th grade education.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we had a house full of Tommies and a trained combat vet. So I
Okay.
guess that's what you need. A combat vet and a big old broom. But then
Yeah,
they will
2
come
things I
back
don't
home
have in my
and
house.
Yet, buddy. You keep dyeing your hair like that, you can have as many combat vets as you want. Jennifer, or excuse me, Robin, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it.
Have a good day, guys.
You too.
And the other problem is, like, if you
Welcome home, boys.
if you have a dog, I don't know how my dog's going to process that
Ooh,
bat.
yeah.
Like, while we're trying to do this, he's going to be going, or she's going to be going nuts
Yeah.
under my
Yeah.
feet.
Yeah.
It's going to be everything's going to get broken in that house.
Let me ask you a question.
Right.
If you live with a spouse, right, because every story you've heard, there's multiple people.
Yeah.
Kimmy, well, I guess you're the wrong person to ask. I'll ask you. Do you trust your wife to help you get that bat out of the house?
It's going to be a disaster. Because my wife's going to be screaming.
So you don't think she has it in her to catch that bat?
No. She's going to be screaming, which is going to drown out my screams. It's going to be a complete crap show. I also know she's going to go, be careful, you're going to break something.
Well, yeah, that's a valid
But
concern.
that's going to happen,
Well,
man.
it's her house.
You can't remove a bat without breaking something in the house.
Kimmy, your husband is a firefighter.
Yeah.
He stares death in the face every single day.
Yeah, sure does.
Would you be any help to your husband getting this bat out of the house?
No, I'd be zero help.
So you'd run away?
Yeah, I'm hiding under a table.
I mean, you have to wonder out loud if your partner is up for the task. Is your teamwork strong enough? Because you would have to actually get the job done, and you would have to get that job done without getting into a massive argument about what's going on.
Well, but I think that, don't you feel like it'd be so chaotic, though, in that moment that one person's going to take the lead?
Well, it's going to be me, and it's going to be you, because I know my wife's going to grab the dog
and get out.
and leave the house.
Yeah.
Because if she sees a stink bug, she flips out. She doesn't like turning on the gas grill or the fireplace. So I'm pretty much alone.
But she'll tell you how to do that stuff. That's going to be what's frustrating, because you're right. My wife is going to try and avoid the situation.
But you're going to get instructions from outside of the house.
Exactly. You're
which
right.
are no good.
Facebook messages coming in. I see you guys on hold. Brian writes us on Facebook talking about how Ontario County is telling folks, beware, bats get in the house. Here are the steps to take care of it when that happens. 1, catch the bat. 2, call Ontario County. Brian writes us, don't be such... Catching a bat is easy.
Oh, yeah.
A bucket against the wall and a hard, flat surface to trap them inside, and the problem is taken care of. Oh, really, Brian? I didn't hear Brian tell a story how he did that.
A bucket. Okay, so let's say the bat is on the ceiling. I have a flat ceiling.
Yeah.
And I get the bucket over the top.
Yeah.
How do I get the bucket off of the ceiling?
Yeah, Brian.
And cover the bucket to remove the bat?
Yeah, Brian. How do you do that, Brian?
Without falling on my ass.
Shut up, Brian. Let's take one more call. 252 WCMF. It seems like you're getting lady shamed this morning.
Oh, really? Well, where did that start?
Well, I don't know. You're the one that said you were scared of bats.
No, but you're the one that, like, lady shames me.
What are you talking about? I think those shoes lady shame you.
These are standard guy shoes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yes.
It's your standard male platform.
It's not a platform. It's a little thicker sole for the spring and the cooler weather.
No, you made that sound very manly. I'm sorry. Jennifer's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Jennifer, how are you?
Hi. So I have a bat story from back when I was a teenager in the 90s.
Okay.
So I had a sleepover with one of my cousins, and it was supposed to be an all-nighter. I woke up at 2 a.m., and there's a bat flying around my house. And I'm screaming, freaking out, get my parents up. My parents are like, you're crazy. There's no bat in the house. The next day, my parents wake up, and the bat is hanging outside their bedroom door.
Wait, like in the house?
Like asleep.
Huh?
He was like sleeping like Dracula.
Yeah, yep. He was just hanging right outside the door, just sleeping. So my dad puts on all his army gear, throws on my Jason Voorhees mask, grabs a roll of toilet paper, and a dustpan. The bat flies into my room, which is black, and my dad is then throwing toilet paper at this bat and finally knocked it out, scooped it up with the dustpan, and threw it out on the roof.
So apparently you need military experience to take care of these bats.
2 military guys, yeah.
And a roll of toilet paper.
The moral of the story, to make life easier if a bat gets in your house, don't let your teenager go through a goth phase. Because if your room wasn't black, it would have been a much easier situation, Jennifer.
Wait, the place was painted black?
Yes.
I just thought the lights were
painted
out.
black.
What a weirdo.
Big
No,
9 Inch
it
Nails
was
fan,
painted
Jennifer,
black.
right here. Jennifer, thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
There goes goth Jennifer. Let's take a break. You assume a lot of things will happen after you're gone.
Would it be dead?
When we all die.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're all going to die, right?
Yeah.
Happy Monday. But it turns out more things need to be done than you think to even
Like
alert.
pre-death?
No, even after you're gone, to alert people that you are actually gone. And some people take advantage of this. This woman, according to authorities, did it in an aggressive way, a ridiculous way. And even further, there are people defending what she allegedly did.
What the hell did she do?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WC. when you die, you don't have to worry about what happens after.
No, you're off the clock, baby.
Your family does.
Yeah.
And it's one thing authorities say a woman from our area didn't do after her grandmother passed away that has her in trouble this morning.
Wait, what happened?
Well, there are two ways to look at this story. Either she is one of the rare cases who rolled the dice to try and make money off a dead family member, or there are way more people than we think doing this as we speak with no one having any idea. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We have our official roster for Rochester's 2024 Sexiest Dad Contest.
Nice.
They are up right now. We have about 40 dads at WCMF.com, and you can let us know which sexy papa you think deserves the honor by voting right now at WCMF.com. And like we said, a lot of different dad sexy attempts. Also, there are several folks that you hear call on a daily basis whose faces you may have never seen.
Yeah.
This will be the first shocking glimpse at them. And as someone who's done this job now for like 14, 15 years, even longer, it's always shocking because you think you know when you hear their voice.
Yeah. It's never right.
No, it's not. So WCMF.com, go vote for the Sexiest Dad Contest. We will have our winner Friday morning, sponsored by Heritage Jewelers. Unsurpassed value and service guaranteed. That is their heritage. Let them be a part of yours. And brought to you by The Break Room of Rochester's Classic Rock. 96.5 WCMF. Story on News 8 late last week told us about a local woman who worked as a maintenance supervisor for Monroe County. Okay. And her job and her hard work entitled this woman to a monthly pension check after she retired.
Oh, okay. Nice.
This woman has been collecting that check on a regular basis. She started in 1998.
Yeah.
And to this day, she's been getting a monthly check that's been cashed because she earned that right.
Good for her.
It's kind of a problem.
Why is that?
Why? It's her check.
Well, because she passed away in 2017.
Oh. So somebody's getting the money.
Authorities say
Nice.
Authorities say no one alerted the state pension system that she passed. So they kept sending out checks. And police say that her granddaughter had been the one that was cashing them since she passed.
Damn, thank you, Granny.
This woman's granddaughter.
Pennies from heaven, man, literally.
Pennies from heaven.
No, it's pennies from the pension fund.
Well, but from her dead body to your hand.
Wow. This woman's granddaughter is accused of collecting 66 checks, forging her dead grandmother's signature, and depositing them into her account. And all in all, when it was all done,
How much?
police say she took $121,000 from this pension fund.
Damn.
By the way, they say they know what she spent it on, too.
Fun.
There's
I
a
hope.
trail.
Bills,
All right.
jewelry,
All right.
hotels,
Voodoo trip.
and police say she made cash withdrawals as well. So bling and travel, baby.
But she was putting it back into the economy.
What are you talking about?
Well, the money is going into the
Sure,
economy.
that's how you look at it.
Well, I mean, you got to keep the economy going, you know.
She's been charged with second-degree grand larceny, amongst other things. She has a court date next week. Now, here's the thing. Ballsy move
Oh, yeah.
if the allegations are true. But is it surprising that this woman's grandmother passed away almost 7 years ago and nobody knew? Like, nobody in that office had any idea. She's been gone 7 years.
Right. Well, how would you know unless you contacted?
Yeah.
Okay, look. They
But how do they stop other pensions?
That's what
Maybe
I'm-
if the checks aren't being cashed, that would be
Okay,
a
that
sign.
would
Is
be
it
a red
the
flag.
honor
Yeah.
system that I have to say, hey, my husband died, I don't get his check?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. I just realized how depressing this break could be if you're going to tell us about family members that have passed away in the past. And I'm sorry, I'm just curious. Like, I was under the assumption, and maybe this is naive of me, that when I passed away, right, like when they had the death certificate, like that went out to like all of the places that needed to know if I was dead or alive.
Apparently not.
Yeah.
Do you have to tell everybody that
Maybe
your
you
family
do.
member's dead?
I
Maybe
bet
you
you there
do.
are some family members that probably had to take care of stuff like well after their relatives died just because they didn't know that their relative was, signed up for something. You know what I mean?
Oh, good call. Yeah.
Like, I guess if you're not really fully aware of their finances, how would you know?
Right.
So, with the checks coming from the pension fund, not asking any questions, and it clearly says in this story that someone has to alert the state pension fund that she passed away.
All right.
What this woman is accused of doing, taking $121,000 in her grandmother's pension checks after she passed away. We know it's ethically wrong, but was it a stupid move? Because if it's up to you to tell these agencies that your family member is gone, are the odds good that you don't get caught?
Well, she's been doing it since 2017, so that's a pretty good run.
7 years. 7 years.
$120,000 later.
And here's the thing. Like, you see these stories and you go, God, you got caught, right? Because I know there are people upset by this. I understand. It's a pension fund. There's other people that depend on that. But are there more people than we think pulling this move she allegedly pulled as we speak?
They have to. If it's the honor system that I got to tell you this person croaked, I'm grabbing the money.
I mean, look, if the allegations are true, and she was able to get away with this for 7 years before she was pumped.
I think I'm scot-free. I think I got money for the rest of my life.
Yeah, but see, there's one fatal flaw in that idea.
What's that?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this woman here in Rochester. Her grandmother passed away in 2017 with a county pension. Please say that no one alerted the pension fund that this woman had passed away, and the checks kept getting cashed. Please say that this woman cashed 66 checks to the tune of $121,000 up to 7 years after her grandmother died. Let's talk to John. Hey, Johnny boy, how are you, buddy?
Good, how are you?
Good.
So my dad passed in 2020, and he had a pension from Eastman Kodak. So after he passed, he had most of his things in order because he had cancer and he knew what was going to happen.
Okay.
And we had just buried him, and Kodak had already known that he was deceased and took care of all that.
Oh, that's okay. So maybe it's private versus public. That's the difference.
It could be. There's another. I don't remember. Social Security too. And we were going to do all of that stuff, but we were more focused on honoring my dad.
Sure, yeah.
And doing the right thing. We just hadn't got to that part yet, and everything was stopped, and they did it on their own.
Okay, so you didn't have this issue, John. You didn't have the opportunity to steal a bunch of money from the Kodak pension fund.
That wasn't in the cards. But I was just surprised that my brother and I looked at each other like, how did they know?
All right, John, let me ask you a question. And we're just a couple of buddies talking here. Nobody can hear us. You know that, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Great. Let's say first check comes after he's gone, and you realize you didn't tell the pension fund. It's sitting right there. All that money.
$1,200.
And you know your dad's signature. You grew up with the guy. All you have to do is sign it, put it right in the account. No one's going to know. Would you at least be tempted to try it?
No way.
Why you lie, John? Why you lie?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it, and my brother wouldn't do it either.
Okay. All right.
That's not how we were raised.
There goes lying John out of the breaker. John,
you know what? Yeah. You know what's funny is I used to be able to forge a signature for high school,
So you are a piece of crap.
Johnny, thanks for the call. Sorry about your dad, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Have a good rest of the
Man, my
day.
busted ass is pulling that move immediately. I am cashing them checks.
Well, here's the problem.
How do you turn it down, bro?
Here's why, right? There is one massive flaw in this plan that this woman allegedly had and the plan that you have, right? Eventually, you will always get in trouble.
Right.
Because, like in this story, this is a woman's granddaughter, right? Odds are this woman who was cashing the checks, according to police, had decades more to live. And let's say her grandmother passed away at 75 years old. Once you start to hit the 90s, things are going to start to get suspicious.
Well, then,
at some point.
And it's not like you can do this for years and then be like, oh, my God, she just passed away, because they're going to need a death certificate.
Right.
And that will clearly show her date of death. And that pension fund or wherever will have a record of.
Be like, hey, where did all this go?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, I understand
Eventually, unless you die before you are caught, which if it's your grandmother, even your parent, is unlikely, you can't get away with it.
But if I'm a busted grandkid and I need cash, and this is just coming in, how do you say no?
Because again, there's no out. There's no way to get out once you start it.
Yeah, but I'm not thinking long term. I'm just thinking in the moment.
The second you cash one of those checks, it's over. Eventually, whether it's now or 10 years from now, you're gonna pay.
But I think if I've gotten away with 10 years, I'm gonna screw out of town. They'll never find me.
Bro, you got $120,000, which is a lot of money. It ain't start a new life money.
No, but it's like supplement my other stuff, my other, disastrous life.
Okay, where you going?
South. Always go south.
Shut up,
Don't
man.
go north. South, where the living is easy.
I also don't know if you're somebody that's been doing this for a while. Like you've had, no matter how much time you have, I can't think of an excuse or a way out of it at that point.
After you've been.
After you've cashed a few checks.
Yeah, it's
I
done.
thought she was going to turn around, man. I held out hope.
Like, how some people are like, well, if it ever happens, I'll explain to them this, this, and this. But there's just no, I don't see an out for you. I don't see how you can explain this away.
There would be no.
Yeah.
They're going to have the date of death. Any check cashed after that, it's fraud, right?
Yeah, so you got bank fraud plus stealing from the state or city or
County, yeah. I'm sorry, here comes Lawyer Tommy coming. Everyone out of the way. Lawyer Tommy's coming through.
Let him find me, man.
We got Facebook messages coming in. I see you guys on hold. Sit tight. Bill writes us about this woman again, allegedly stealing $121,000 from a Monroe County pension fund that her grandmother earned. Grandmother passed away in 2017. She kept cashing these checks, 66 of them, according to police. Bill writes, I don't think this woman should feel bad. Her grandma earned that money by working. Get as much of it as you can.
Well, that's not really correct either.
I mean, Grandma did get as much as she could.
Yeah, till she died.
Yeah,
that's the deal.
Yeah, right.
I do know I'm stealing here. I'm not going to try to worm my way out of that.
252 WCMF. Debbie's got the last word. Hey, Debbie, how are you? Debbie?
Oh, sorry.
No problem. What do you got for us?
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Good. I was power of attorney for my grandmother. She was receiving a pension from Germany. It was deposited, never touched, and she passed away a few days later. I was getting threatening letters and phone calls from Germany.
And when the Germans threaten you, you take care of that quick.
And so I finally hit a lawyer, drafted up a letter, but you have to, and I had notified them, but the letters crossed. So they kept coming after me thinking I had this money, and I didn't.
So how did it all end up?
I had a lawyer draft up a letter, and we got her bank statements, death certificate, put this all together, and I sent it off to Germany.
Take that, Kaiser.
Yep, and he said any other notifications I get to send directly to him, and I didn't get any more.
All right, well, that's good. All right.
It's a hassle. You have to notify everybody.
If I ever owe any money to the Germans, I'm just going to pay up.
Call Debbie back.
Yeah.
We need your German expertise. Debbie, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. Okay, let's take a break.
All right.
Look, the opening of this restaurant on Jefferson Road is highly anticipated.
What's coming to the Jeff now?
We already talked about what's coming. We already know what's coming.
I forgot.
I'm going to tell you what it is because there is a lot of new stuff coming all the time, right? What is surprising is how restaurants like this, national chains, before they even open here in Rochester, will make this decision. And this restaurant has done it again.
Oh.
Because wouldn't you want to know if we like this before you decided to fully commit to it?
That would be good research, yeah.
We're going to do it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. I mean, it's a ballsy move. Shows confidence.
Okay, well, you gotta have confidence.
You heard it first, Kimmy.
You gotta
have confidence.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. By the way, comedian Bert Kreischer, his tour that is called the
Bert Kreischer Show.
Nope, Bert Kreischer Fully Loaded Comedy Festival. It's coming to Darien Lake on June 23rd. We got tickets coming that are available at livenation.com. Do not call yet. We'll get you those tickets before 10 o'clock, maybe sooner than that.
All right.
Here in the break room on CMF. So if you drive down Jefferson Road, you are now fully aware that the first Shake Shack in the greater Rochester area is coming along nicely.
Man, on the Jeff. Nice.
On Jefferson Road.
Shakes on the Jeff.
There is a sign up. The building looks like a Shake Shack. Now, there isn't an official opening date as of now, yet despite the first Shake Shack not being open and functional, we already know the second Rochester Shake Shack is on the way.
Really?
Yep. Company announced over the weekend they'll be opening in Greece.
Oh,
Makes sense.
okay.
That seems to be the order,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, Henrietta goes first because
Yeah.
we're the happeningest hip town, baby. Come on. Town of Greece confirmed to the DNC it'll be a standalone location in the parking lot of the mall at Greece Ridge directly across the street from the Chick-fil-A.
Damn, look at
wow.
that.
So it's weird that restaurants do what Shake Shack is doing,
What's
right?
that?
Well, because like Rochester is a very fickle fast food market. We either
We're
love
all
you,
in and then we're all out.
bingo, right? Yeah, we love you or hate you. There's no medium ground.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of national and local competition, especially where these two Shake Shack locations are going to show up. I mean, Jefferson and Ridge Roads.
Yeah.
We've also seen places that dominated other areas come in and they just get kicked right in the scrotum.
Yeah, they immediately flop Ola.
Why would you not wait to see if the initial Shake Shack's a success before you open a second Shake Shack?
Shake Shack.
Shake Shack.
I guess because they're so big, they could take the risk.
They're not as big as you think.
So is that it's basically a burger joint, right?
Yes, well, it's a burger stand. They started with hot dogs, but
All
it's
right.
burgers, hot dogs, shakes,
All
fries.
right. So pretty standard stuff.
Like, Kimmy, could you Google how many Shake Shack locations there are? Because they're out of New York City, and I know
they
they're
are?
in, like, the tri-state area down there.
Oh.
But this is not the massive juggernaut
I
of
thought they were like global.
No.
Like China has Shake Shack.
They might, I don't know. But,
But you can't get any cheese on your burger.
Wait, why is that?
Because there ain't no cheese in China, bro.
There ain't no cheese in China.
bro.
Bro, what? Why do you ruin everything?
This is the extended play.
Okay, thank you.
There are 262
In China?
Shake Shacks in the United States.
Okay.
141 international.
Wait, seriously?
Wait, there's
Yeah.
international.
Yep.
All right, I take it back.
So China got Shake Shack.
Where? Does China have a Shake Shack?
They got Hong
let me
Kong.
see.
Hong
Hold
Kong
on.
Shake Shack? Well, I mean, I guess that would make sense. It started in New York City, right? It's a very international city.
Mm-hmm.
China guy comes over.
China guy
What?
comes over.
What?
Hey, China guy, try a burger.
Hey there, China
guy.
guy.
He's a China guy.
Comes over, tries it, goes, hey, I could franchise this all the way back in China.
Well, they're good, man. They're good business people.
They're everywhere. From the UK to
Now I
the
feel dumb.
Philippines.
Wait a minute,
Wait,
wait a
the
minute.
Philippines
Wait a
has a
Mexico.
We are 6 hours from where Shake Shack originated.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the Philippines, Mexico, and England got a Shake
there's-
Shack before
there's-
we did?
I mean, there's a huge list of other
Hong Kong.
countries.
Is Hong Kong-
Thailand,
Thailand's got a Shake Shack
Hong
origin-
Kong,
Wait, Hong Kong, I called
Yep.
it.
Of course.
South
it's one of the
Korea.
You didn't
biggest-
call it. South Korea got it. And they got Kia.
Turkey.
You're really bragging about one. Now I'm offended by Shake Shack.
We're like the last stop.
Seriously, how are they in Turkey? They're in Istanbul, but they're not here in Rochester, and it's 6 hours away. We're also looking at 252-WCMF 252-9263 with the news that we're getting a second Shake Shack before the first Shake Shack even opens on Jefferson Road. The second one will be in Greece on Ridge. We're looking at a battle royale of premium fast food. Chick-fil-A versus Shake Shack. They'll be across the street on Ridge in Greece. They'll be 100 yards from each other down the street in Henrietta. Kimmy, cage match. Only one walks out. Who wins in a battle of Shake Shack versus Chick-fil-A?
Well, I'm going to go Chick-fil-A only because I feel like they've, I mean, even today, if you go to one of the Chick-fil-A's around town, they're always busy. It's stayed pretty consistent in terms of people's interest in the chain.
But are they always busy because Shake Shack is not an option?
I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But for now, I'm going to go with the one that has proven results.
Shake Shack versus Chick-fil-A. Who
Well,
wins?
see, I'm a little tainted in this room because you two have been like stroking Chick-fil-A since I met you.
Yeah, it's good.
You've been bragging. You've been wanting this forever.
Yeah.
So I'm tainted.
Okay.
So I would say you can get a burger and fries almost everywhere.
Whoa.
Maybe you can't get a chicken sandwich everywhere like that.
You can't get a chicken sandwich everywhere.
No, but you said it's unique the way
It's
they
the
do it, the
sauce.
sauces.
Well, but so are some burger places. Like
Yeah.
Five Guys does a burger more unique than any other place. I love Five Guys. It doesn't taste like that anywhere else.
We also
yeah, but where are
maybe
you going in there for something else?
Yeah, to find your mom because she saw Five Guys on the store.
I'm not talking
Sorry.
about you.
Damn it.
we also may be bigger.
She wouldn't go in there anyway. Her vagina's got bats. They wouldn't let her in. According to you.
If you just joined the show, that joke had no, without context, that was the most disturbing thing you've ever said. Oh yeah, my mom's vagina's got bats.
Well, I like to, benefit to the people that stick
That was
around and
good.
listen.
That was a
all
good
day.
callback.
I'm gonna say we are also bigger burger snobs here than we are chicken snobs.
Oh, good call.
So I don't know if we're either gonna love Shake Shack or hate it based on our previous burger experience.
I will say this: when it comes to shakes are usually pretty plain in the Greater Rochester area. Like Abbott's and Bill Gray's and Tom Wall's, they all do fantastic shakes. But you never find a place that has like crazy shakes. Does Shake Shack have like crazy shakes?
I don't know.
Flavors?
Yeah.
I've never had Shake Shack.
Can we get one place that like sits you down and sells you like those ones that come in like big glass jars and like there's chocolate around the top of them with like sprinkles and there's like a whole Oreo ice cream sandwich on
Don't
top
they
of
call that a sundae?
I think that
Don't they call you shut up?
new
In
spot
China?
called Mood.
On University.
I think
What is
that
it?
they're gonna do like the big shakes with like cookies.
Wait, one
in them and
person
stuff.
eats all that?
Well, maybe you share it with somebody,
Yeah.
but it's great.
But
I
even
would say
so,
it's a
man, your
milkshake to split.
gut's going to be full of ice cream, man.
Yeah, that's what happens when you eat ice cream.
You shouldn't have a gut full of ice cream.
I went to a place in New York when I was down there with the kids a couple
what'd
years
you
ago.
do?
It was like one of these places that sells it was the greatest thing I've ever done in my life. It was so much fun.
So it's a mix of stuff in one
Well, no,
shake.
it's just like an extreme milk. You've seen these on like Instagram where it's
I
like a
ain't
big
seen it.
old glass and there's like, candy sticking
Oh,
out
okay.
of
So
it
it's almost like a Bloody Mary
Yeah, but with
concept, but all the crap in it?
milkshake. Yeah.
All
You
right.
nailed it. I want one of those.
Man, how fat is this world going to get?
Shut up, you bitch.
The Philippines are going to sink. Everybody's going to be walking around with these big ice cream guts in the tropics. You're going to die.
By the way, no, you're
Oh my god.
You are.
I'm dying to know when this Shake Shack on Jefferson Road is going to open because I keep driving by
So
it.
somebody did tweet at us, and they on Google or something. It says it could open July 9th.
It could?
It says
Coming up.
Shake Shack Henrietta opens July 9th.
Okay.
So I don't know if
got
that's
a
a
month.
guess
Get
or
ready.
if that's official.
And this is good because they're open on Sunday probably where your Chick-fil-A is not.
Yeah, you're right.
So it works into your cheat day.
I picked the wrong cheat day when it came to Chick-fil-A. But that's okay. We press on. I mean, I got my Blackstone now, so
Yeah, you're all set.
they chicken on that.
Not the same.
Better. It's my Blackstone.
Better.
I've been cooking with Mr. Blackstone. Let's take a break.
All right.
So a couple of high schools won state championships this weekend.
Oh.
And that's great. We're really happy for them. But there are two teams that did not
Oh.
that I want to talk about.
Oh, what happened?
Well, these kids gave everything they had. And the losses came in the most heart-wrenching ways possible. And there's a little tidbit of information that I know you won't get. And maybe Kimmy may not even wrap her head around.
What happened?
The dirty little secret that what those kids experienced at 17, 18 years old over the weekend will never leave them for the rest of their lives.
This doesn't sound good.
It's not. I mean it in a very bad way because every person that played high school youth sports listening right now has a game that stays with them forever.
Oh.
And we'll get to it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Two high school teams from our area went on amazing runs over the last few weeks.
Fantastic.
And they won a championship. They'll have that to remember forever. But it's not just the good that stays with you until you grow up.
What else?
Well, some of these kids on these two teams saw their sports careers come to an end in some of the most heart-wrenching fashions. And it's the type of games some folks listening know all too well because they haven't ever stopped thinking about them.
Oh. You're
hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. All right, here's the deal. We got tickets to see comedian Bert Kreischer.
Big show.
His Fully Loaded Comedy Festival is coming to Darien Lake on June 23rd. Tickets are on sale right now, livenation.com. Do not call now.
All right.
So help me God, do not call now.
This guy's like number one right now.
Yeah, and he's got no shirt, so even further.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy will be there, mouth wide open. Oh, no, you take your shirt off. We got tickets to see Bert Kreischer, and we will get you those in just a little while.
Okay.
Wink. Wink.
Are you winking at a shirtless comedian?
Damn right I am.
Yeah.
We'll get you those Bert Kreischer tickets in a little while. Sit tight here in the break room on CMF. So there are a couple of teams that won state championships from Section 5 this weekend, and we are really happy for those kids. Good for them. But I want to talk about the teams that fell short of their goal.
Okay.
Let's start with the Victor boys lacrosse team. The Section 5 champs got their title and went on a run in the state playoffs. And this weekend, they were playing Southside from Section 8 in the state title game. The game was a good one. Victor had the late lead, only to watch Southside tie it up with 8/10 of a second left in regulation.
So there wasn't even a second?
There was less than a second when that ball tied the game.
That sucks.
It went into overtime, and Victor lost the state title game in OT.
Poor kids.
The other team from Victor that went on a heck of a run, the Victor boys baseball team, was playing just as well. They
Wait, two teams from the same town?
Same town.
Oy.
They won 20 games, the baseball team. They had a sectional title also. This weekend, they had a state semifinal matchup against the Section 11 champs in a game that also needed more than just regulation. They lost on an extra innings walk-off base hit.
Ow.
As soon as that hit the outfield, game's over.
All right.
Kids know it. And both of these teams and all the kids on these teams did unbelievably amazing
Yeah,
things.
they got the sectional title.
You got it.
Yeah.
And all of those kids should be very proud of themselves.
So what's the problem?
There is a rough part of high school sports, especially for kids in their senior year, that nobody ever really talks about. Your high school career for these seniors and their sports career for most of them come to an end in the blink of an eye.
So very abruptly.
Overtime loss, no review, no more time left to fight. Just like that, out of nowhere, this thing you've done your entire life, it is over.
Yeah.
And what makes it harder for the seniors in these two games we just referenced, it's the last season of the year. It's not like if you play football and lose your senior year, you have a winter sport or a spring
Oh, you
sport.
do multiple sports.
This is done. You're done. You're done with high school.
Get out. Go to work.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There are games for every single person who has ever participated in youth sports that will hurt and haunt them forever.
Oh, thank you, youth sport, for nightmares.
It's true.
Like you don't have enough of them in your life.
It's true. You will never get over that game, what you witnessed, what you watched, what you may have done, what a friend of yours may have done. You'll be falling asleep in your 30s, 40s, 50s, beyond, and all of a sudden it pops in your head again. And you'll dream about it being different. You will have legitimate dreams. And if you ever talk about it out loud, people like Tommy and Kimmy will kill you for it.
Well, and we should, because
Why?
nobody wants to hear your busted-ass high school sports story when you're old.
Well, but is it worse for somebody to, I will say, I think the person that brags about winning sectionals is worse than the person that bad moment for them lingers and they talk about it. Because I guess in a way, like you're kind of admitting defeat if you bring up, that one time that, I missed the free throw and we lost the game, right? Like you're not talking about the glory days. You're talking about something.
Because Southside owned you.
You're talking about something that still lingers, I guess.
No, but
which I guess I can understand that more
So
than
you
never
think
moving on from the successful story.
All right, so you'd rather hear loser story than winner story.
I think it's more interesting.
Yeah.
Here's the problem with that theory, though, Kimmy, and I agree with what you're saying. Most of the time when you hear loser story, it's not like, oh, this is what haunts me. It's if I would have, or if they would have, or if this would have changed. Yes.
Yeah.
If I would have had the ball in that moment, blah, 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 right? They want to justify why. If it wasn't for the politics of XYZ, we would have.
True. That's true. The story may have changed a little.
All right, but Tommy, whether it's good or bad, or whether it's humble or should have been different. Do you judge people who still have those games from youth sports on their mind?
I judge any guy and mostly guys do this more than anything. They just cling to high school forever. Like they still talk about it. Like they just left, and they're guys my age. Like it made such an impact in your life that the rest of your life, children and jobs and all the disappointments that you still cling to.
But you said it yourself earlier this morning. It's the best time of your life for a lot of people. Legit.
All right. I mean, I hated. I guess because I hated high school, I couldn't get out of there fast enough, and I had no good memories.
Okay.
Is there any? And I'm trying to think of something else that you would brag about from that time in your life.
I mean, I don't know. Do theater kids brag about doing productions?
I don't know. I mean, I knew
marching
some
bands
theater kids,
brag
and
about
I
all
don't.
the steps they took.
I mean, they'll talk about how much fun they had, but I don't know if they brag about it in the same way as somebody who, really is holding on to that Letterman's jacket.
Yeah, but what else is competitive then in high school, right? Like if you're on the debate team, do people brag about that?
I hope not.
Well, I mean, it's a more. You could argue it's a more important skill to have than playing football or lacrosse or basketball.
Like I've never heard anybody brag about being, class president or like other things like that where you be a pretty important part of your high school. Here's
why though, right? Like if you're class president or valedictorian, right? Like odds are life.
Like
worked
how are you
out
not bragging about being a valedictorian?
Well, here's
right?
why. Because odds are you have the highest grades of your graduating class. Life worked out well. You went to a good college.
I would understand somebody who bragged about that.
But greater things happen. You
could use that skill.
True.
Moving forward.
I guess you're right.
Right.
Yeah.
Whereas, look, if look at me. If I wasn't doing this job, I played high school football. I boxed. Right. Like that's all I had. That's what I did.
Yeah.
It was not getting any better than those moments for me unless I, didn't fall backwards into life with my beautiful wife and lucked into this job that Tommy told our bosses not to give me. True story.
Oh, you're welcome.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We are here for you. Talking about these two victor teams, the lacrosse team and the baseball team. The lacrosse team losing in overtime in the state championship game. The baseball team losing in the semis of the state playoffs. Let it out. What game from your past haunts you as a grown-ass person to this day? Because, look, you laugh. You laugh.
Yeah.
For a lot of people, sports were the most important thing in their worlds from ages 7 to 18. Kim,
you bonded with your buddies and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's not just the bond. I mean, yes, you're right about that. Kimmy, you played basketball and soccer.
Yeah.
You know the years of work. Not you, but some kids.
No, I know. It was everything to some kids, for sure.
And just being able to play on teams, just not getting cut from a specific team. So for that to all of a sudden be gone in an instant, bang, it's over.
But it still lingers decades later.
It's understandable why some people would never get over it. Think about the most important. You don't love anything. Like, it's impossible to have this conversation with you because you're such a degenerate dick. Seriously.
What?
Kimmy, can you think of one thing Tommy loved as a teenager?
No. No, I can't. Like,
Drinking,
I'm trying
around.
anything school related. You
Not even
hated
school
all
related.
of it.
Not even school related. Like something that he loved as a kid.
Oh, so I do have something.
We got Danny Don.
No, when
Gulitzo.
my old man fired me from that cameraman job. That still bothers me to this day that I had a cool summer job that I thought was going to be like a career I could have. And he basically fired me after that summer. Didn't want me around those hippies.
So that doesn't make you the same loser that you think these guys are that are women, too, that are reliving these moments?
I guess so. That would be my moment when my dad fired me.
No, but he did that with cause. Like, these poor kids.
No,
tried
I
as
was
hard as they
good.
could. I was good, man. I could point the camera at things.
Bro, I had a talent.
You know, it really sucks too, because if you were the kid that, not necessarily like your team lost because of you, but you dropped the ball in that final moment, right?
Sure, yeah.
Not only is the story sad for you, but those other kids that were part of the team still talk about you and what you did to this day.
Oh, yeah. You live on in infamy. A man that will live in infamy. I mean, look, 252 WCMF. I see you guys trying to get in. Kimmy's working as hard as she can over there. You know, the only reason I trained and fought in that boxing match a few years ago was because of this very thing we're talking about that happened to me when I was 17. Because I went to Aquinas. They got the Mission Bouts boxing event every year.
Yeah.
I trained for 4 months at 17 years old. This was my moment. It's my senior year. I was greatest shape of my life up to that point.
Yeah.
Day of the fight, I lose the opportunity to fight. Like the morning of, I wake up and the kid I was supposed to fight, his grandmother passed away who lived in Philadelphia. He had to go. There was no one else for me to fight. It was over.
So it never happened.
I never got over it. I vividly remember sitting underneath the stairs in the gym at Aquinas, bawling my eyes out. away from everybody else.
Your father wasn't involved this time.
Like it was the biggest thing. And look, I never got over it.
Yeah.
I never got over it.
You were traumatized.
Yes. And look, I had the opportunity of a lifetime 3 years ago to go do it and make up for it. But I have to be honest. Since that fight as a grown-ass person, until right now, I haven't thought about what happened as a teenager. I would have legitimate dreams. Legitimate dreams that it's the night of the fight, and he's here, and we're going to go. And I'm 17 again, and we get in the ring, and I wake up every time before the fight started. Every single time. Bro, you don't understand. Shut up. You don't get it. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about that game you never got over, that mistake you made that haunts you to this day in youth sports as a grown-ass person. Thanksgiving Mike's on CMF. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
I am well, thank you, fellas. So my son, a few years ago, he was a wrestler, and he went to Spencerport. I would say he was like average to slightly above average. As far as wrestling went.
Okay.
His junior year gets cut short though by surgery, so he can't do anything and compete in any of the tournaments. His senior year, he goes on this run right towards the end of the season, gets into sectionals. He actually qualifies for super sectionals, and then from
it's
there,
like sectionals but bigger.
one more.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you got it.
Right, but then he gets to go from if he qualifies there, he gets to go to the state title shot, and so he's doing really well. Takes a knee to the forehead in one of his matches as he's going to lunge at the kid, gets knocked out, cannot continue. He's crushing this kid, and he was going to go. He gets knocked out, cannot finish, so he ends up getting disqualified. That was his senior year.
All right.
He
Didn't
was
that
so
happen to your
bummed
mom,
about
too?
it.
What's
Knee to
that?
the forehead? Knocked her out for the season.
It's
Didn't
not
even
funny,
make
Mike.
sectionals.
It's not funny, Mike.
No, it's not funny.
No, but listen. This isn't even Mike's story. This is his son's
I bet you, though,
story.
that there are parents that lived that moment with their kids, right? I mean, it meant just as much to you in some ways as it did to him.
Sure. So, I mean, Mikey, your son is how old now?
He's 20. He's going to be 25.
Okay. Is he over it yet, you think?
Oh, yeah, he's over it. I mean, he moved on, but, I mean, in the time, it was pretty devastating for him.
Mikey, I want you to hear. Look, I don't want to bring up bad things, but next time you talk to your son, I want you to ask him about it, because I'm willing to bet he's not over it. Even though he's moved on to better things, greater pastures, greater, I bet you there's still a part of him where it eats away what could have, because it's unfinished business, Mike. It's unfinished.
Yeah, I don't know. He's just not that motivated.
I met his father.
I know. Very emotional story, and then like, nah, you didn't really care after
That kid
that.
sucks. Sorry, Mike. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Later, fellas.
I was on the ride with him, man. I was there.
I do wonder how many parents, and I bet you it's more of a dad thing, that will be more hurt by it than their actual kid. Maybe not hurt by it, like more upset about
They're
it
still
than their
living it.
actual kid. Yeah, they're living it in the same way.
Well, your dad would be like that because
Yeah,
he's a really
I
competitive
bet you, like,
His daughter never had any athletic success.
It's true. But I bet you, though, if it was either me or my brother, if one of us ended a season for our team, I bet you my dad would still be upset about it.
Would he
this day.
tease you?
Yeah, 100%. He would have teased us right after it happened.
Yeah.
It is weird about dads of that generation who had no problem looking you in the face and them own be like, "Whoa, you have that up, huh?" 252 WCMF. We're talking about the boys Victor boys lacrosse and baseball teams. The lacrosse team lost in overtime in the state championship after a goal that tied it up with 0.8 of a second in regulation. The baseball team, they won 20 games. They lost in a semifinal matchup, and that was also in extra innings, extra time. Both of these kids, both of these teams, these seniors, it's over for them. For most of them, they're never going to play sports ever again. And they worked as hard as they could, and they did a brilliant job, and they should be very proud of themselves. But the fact of the matter is this. Anyone listening to this show that played youth sports, high school especially, has that game that haunts you for the rest of your life. Should we be more honest with our kids about sports and where it all ends up for them?
Like tell them like, hey, once this is over, is it? So enjoy it now.
Kind of.
I mean, I guess that would be like enjoy the moment because you're not going to have this forever. So maybe that would be a good thing to tell them.
Okay, but that also implies that the kid's not good enough to continue to keep playing.
But, I mean, isn't that more realistic?
It
that you're not going to be a
is.
pro?
All right, let me put it this way. When you're on the other side of it, being a parent watching your kids play, you start to understand in the grand scheme of things that this is not going to take them anywhere. Right? They're going to learn great lessons. They're going to make friendships that can last a lifetime.
There you go.
But the majority of kids are not going to play pro. They're not going to get a scholarship. Any meaningful moment of sports after they're out of high school is done for the rest of their lives.
All right.
But you don't want to take the excitement away from your kid of dreaming big.
But then you're kind of setting them up for the big failure.
That's what I mean.
Maybe that's a good lesson, too.
Telling
Maybe
them
that is a good lesson. Don't say anything and let them get the cold water in the face.
No, but that's what I mean. When you don't say anything, when you build
I
all
like
of
that
this,
one. Because I don't have to do nothing.
The reason why we're having this discussion is because of parents that just let it happen, right? Didn't have that discussion. Like, look, in the grand scheme of things, this doesn't matter.
But does a kid even listen?
Maybe not.
I mean, I never listened. You didn't listen. Jimmy damn sure didn't listen to his parents.
Look, it's possible the kid doesn't listen. But it might be better than allowing your kid up to 15, 16, 17 years old to believe that they have a future.
But how do you
in some
motivate
sport.
them then? Because then that kind of pulls back on the motivation.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh, well, if I'm not going anywhere, why am I hitting the weight room so
That's
much?
a good point.
Why am I killing them? Why am I getting surgery if this is a pointless thing?
I love how it automatic. Man, you got your shoulder went out.
I
had the
am
surgery.
amazed at how many kids now are having like sport surgery.
It's intense.
But it's like unnecessary.
Well, kids are like training
talking
earlier too than
Like
they
those
used to.
repetitive injuries you're getting.
Tommy John surgery is a big one for kids right now.
Yeah.
Right. No, I mean it is. It's ridiculous. But again, the kids play year round. They're very specialized,
Yeah.
right? It's 252 WCMF 252-9263. The gentlemen are waiting on hold.
Okay.
The high school sports moment you never got over. Andy, let it loose, buddy. You're on CMF.
Yeah. So 12 years old, state championship soccer. Game's tied, go into overtime. Game's still tied, go to penalties. I'm playing goalie. We make it all the way through the PKs to the point where I have to kick as a goalie. Other goalie saves it. We lose the finals. Still remember to this day.
All right, so this was like a club team or a high school team?
Youth soccer. I live in Massachusetts, so youth soccer is huge there. So it
Okay.
was like my town team, and we were playing other towns. Yeah.
All right, Andy,
So
how
won't
old are you?
forget that
How
forever.
old are you now?
38.
You're
39,
38.
actually.
Wow, and you
And
Yeah.
I
I still think about it, yeah. Absolutely.
So did everybody hate you on the team?
No, I mean, well, obviously we're 12. I mean, we were all, I wouldn't say hate, back then, but like, we are. It was definitely tragic.
They
and I
never
definitely
forgot
felt it,
you,
and I
put
still
it
feel
that
today.
way.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, it was such a high stakes moment. Everybody's watching you. I'm the goalie. I'm not even supposed to be taking the PK. It was that intense, and we made it that far down the kicks that I had to kick. I had my opportunity, and I blew it. And definitely still feel it.
Well, listen, man, I'm glad you were able to get that off your chest. I hope this is a step forward in
appreciate
your
it.
recovery. Hey, Andy, anytime. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, really appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here for me. Really appreciate it.
I'm not listening to any youth soccer story
bothered
out
him.
of state.
Out of state, you soccer.
Soccer, I don't want to hear it, man. Take your crying over to Massachusetts. Let them
Everybody
do
has
it.
their level of like championship that they
That's
remember,
about as
right?
low as it
Yeah.
gets.
No, it's not. It
Youth
mattered to him.
soccer,
It mattered to him in that moment.
Yeah.
townie soccer.
Andy, get him. Tell him.
I mean, Tommy, you wouldn't understand because you're the most unathletic piece of crap I've ever met in my life, and you can.
I guess I could have joined your team.
Yeah, you
I could blow it as good as the next guy.
Yeah, I heard that about you. Andy, thanks
What
for the
does
call,
that
buddy.
mean?
Have a good
Yeah, no
rest
problem,
of the day.
We know you can't kick a ball.
Oh, you gotta tell the same stupid story
I'm
again.
saying.
What story? What are you talking about? I don't remember what story.
Me kicking a ball.
Which
Or
ball
not
was,
kicking a
Which one was that?
Yeah, I'm not gonna fall for this.
Okay. Talking about the time you were playing kickball, you kicked the ball, you took 3 steps, you fell down, and everyone ran to you like you were actually hurt because they thought you were, and I fell off the bench laughing.
That makes you a terrible person.
I do wonder because Andy brings up an interesting detail because this all happened for him when he was a kid in Massachusetts.
12.
So unless he like goes back home or wherever that took place, like he's not constantly reminded of it.
Oh, good call.
But if you grew up here and let's say you lost to a team here in sectionals or something, right? Like not only will your old high school remind you of that moment, but the high school that you lost to will forever live like that in your mind.
If you had to drive past the same
Yes.
field where you blew
Yes.
Well, it's so funny you bring that up. So, my daughter plays travel hockey. They play in this thing called the Giggle League, which is pretty much all of New York State, right? Like all the girls' hockey teams.
Yeah.
So, it's Western New York, Central New York, Western New York. They make it to the championship game this year, and they just so happen we have to travel to Buffalo to play the other girls' Rochester hockey team. Down 1, they tie the game up late, goes in overtime. whole overtime goes into penalty shots, goes into extra penalty
Wow.
shots. And I'm watching this knowing that these girls know each other, and there's a little rivalry between the two girls, right? If they lose this game, they're going to have to look at these girls for the rest of their lives. And yes, my daughter is 13 years old.
But they could be playing next to each other for a long time.
Forever and ever and ever.
Yeah.
And they're 13. It doesn't matter. But it matters. It matters to them. Like, this is the culmination of the entire season. And thank God, goalie came up big, and the girls ended up winning that championship game. But I am confident that had my daughter lost that game, this would have been one of those moments for her.
Oh, wow.
Like, she hasn't had one of those devastating moments yet.
Yeah.
Just a matter of time, buddy.
Well, these girls don't get very dramatic about things.
No. Especially not at 13, 14, 15. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Johnny. Hey, Johnny. What's up, buddy?
What's up, guys? Number one team in the state my senior year. We lost to number 9. Our first game, I walked off the field, drove to the corner store. My buddy was working, bought a couple cases, told the guys to meet me at the park. I said, Mom and Dad will be home later, and I got these guys loaded.
Wait, you gave up on the season after one game?
Wait, what?
Wait, I'm sorry.
They were number 1. They lost to the number 9
What
team.
was this in the championship, Johnny?
No, this is like the first round of
okay.
sectionals going to state.
What sport? What sport, Johnny?
Baseball.
Baseball. All right. So it doesn't bother you? You just got drunk and just drank it away in that moment, or does it still bother you?
I mean, it doesn't bother me like Andy. Nobody talks to me like that guy.
But you did call a radio show to tell the story, Johnny.
Why are you gonna hurt a guy? I asked for it.
I mean, you asked if he cared. Obviously, he cares a little.
To the 4 listeners, yeah, I told my story.
Johnny, thanks for the call, buddy. We'll take one more call, 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about that youth sports moment that lives with you forever. Mike's got the last word. Hey, Mikey, what's up, buddy?
Hello?
Hey, go ahead, man.
All right, so my junior year, I was playing soccer, and we had just come off of, like, the worst season that we've had in history, and we had a few foreign exchange students that year, which brought us all the way to the sectional semifinals.
And foreign student.
They were born on foreign soil.
And we ended up facing Pell Mac after beating Hornell in like overtime. So like we had the whole student section there. It was the first time it's ever happened for soccer. I went to Olympia, so like it wasn't huge over there. And we ended up losing 3-1, and they scored 2 late goals in the last minute of the game, and it was just heartbreaking.
Did you immediately deport those kids that were from another country back to Uruguay?
Why were they from Uruguay?
It sounds like a soccer team.
If they're from Uruguay, they would have won that game. Mikey, do you think about it to this day?
Oh, absolutely.
How old are you?
I'm 21 now.
Oh,
you're a baby.
Get out of here, Mike.
Fresh off the field.
Oh my God, you should have got grass stains.
He's fresh out of college. He's not even out of college yet.
Yeah.
Mike, thanks for the call, buddy. It's only going to get worse. Have a good rest of the day. Just downhill from here.
Yes.
All right, let's take a break. But before we do,
Yeah.
caller A right now. We got a pair of tickets to see Bert Kreischer's Fully Loaded Comedy Festival, Darien Lake Amphitheater, June 23rd, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com, but you can win them at this moment, instantly, here. 252 WCMF, 8th caller, Bert Kreischer, Comedy Festival tickets. Best of luck, 8th caller from your friends here, 252 WCMF, 252-9263, in the break room on CMF. Things are changing at TJ Maxx, Tommy.
What's going on at the Max?
Well, I tell you that because I know you're a frequent Maxer.
Max, Marshall, Home Sense, Goods, Homies, yes. All.
They want to cut down on shoplifting.
Thievery.
So they are doing something with their security guards that you normally only see from like metropolitan police departments. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. I mean, you see these in metropolitan police departments on police officers.
Yeah.
You wouldn't expect to see it when you walked into a department store to go shopping. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second. But we have our winner for the Burt Kreischer tickets.
Oh, good.
Coming to Darien Lake. Kimmy, who's going to see Burt Kreischer?
Brian.
Oh, that's a name of someone. Brian would enjoy Burt.
He's going to laugh his ass off.
And Burt Kreischer with Brian. If you didn't win, no worries. We will have more Burt Kreischer tickets available for the rest of the week here in the break room on CMF. It was announced over the weekend that TJ Maxx will start using body cameras on their security guards. Bless you. So, according to the story, select TJ Maxx locations already have body cam wearing security guards, and it seems like they're going to expand the program. They say that it is to de-escalate issues with shoplifters.
All right.
They believe that when someone knows they're on camera, they're going to take fewer risks, maybe are less likely to steal, and even if they do steal, are less likely to kick up the situation.
All right.
Which is interesting because everyone who walks into any store is already well aware they're on camera.
Yeah, that's true. What I would think.
For example, when you walk into the TJ Maxx in Pittsford, it shows you you're on camera.
Oh, yeah, you can see the,
You got it.
I'm on TV.
They also say the security cameras will only be worn by specialty trained security guards, and they will not share the footage unless requested by police or through a subpoena. No word on whether or not any of our TJ Maxx stores are getting body cam security guards.
All right.
You cool with this?
I wouldn't want to be an employee that has to wear the damn thing. I'm fine with it, yeah. But, like, I wouldn't want to be that person.
What having to wear the camera? Why do you say that?
Because let's say they came in here tomorrow and they go, we got a security problem around here.
Sure.
We want to camera you guys up.
Okay.
I'd be fired in like 3 minutes.
Yes, you would. Yeah. Well, no, you'd probably be okay because you wouldn't know how to turn it on because you're so technologically inept.
I'd be afraid just anything I say or do is on that damn camera that they can hang me.
No, you're right.
Like the biggest threat is my own career.
He's
your own mouth.
Yeah.
He's right though, because look, I mean, this person isn't a cop.
Right.
They're watching discount jeans for a living. Right. Like, this isn't a job. You don't look, with all due respect, because security guard's a tough job, right? But you don't go into security guard looking to make a difference in the world.
Right.
It's a job. It's a paycheck.
Yeah.
Like most of our jobs are, right? So, like, you're right. Like, you can't have a conversation with any of your coworkers all day long.
You can't talk crap at all.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I can't
no
talk.
gossip.
I can't talk if I can't talk crap.
No, I know. All you do is talk crap 24/7, 365.
But that's what you're supposed to do at work.
I agree with you. It sucks.
I mean, it helps you get through your day. Are there people out there that don't? Like, are we just unique? or are there people out there that legitimately do not BS throughout the day
Every
with their
job
coworkers?
you've ever had, everybody BS.
It's just human nature.
Yeah, right?
I would think, but maybe there are people out there that would be fine with something like this.
Some 70-year-old Marine that's just, no, we're getting business done.
I guess those guys talk crap too.
No, they don't. No, because it's strictly business. I came here to do my job, and I'm going to do my job, and I'm going to go home and think about my job.
All right.
252 WCMF. TJ Maxx announces that they've already started having some security guards wear body cameras inside their stores. They're going to expand the program. No word on if it's coming to our area, but they say it's to de-escalate potentially dangerous situations. Kimmy, are you okay with your security guard in your store, Marshall's, TJ Maxx, wherever you're going, having a body cam on?
I mean, I guess if it helps them do their job, like I guess I would want to talk to somebody who works that job, and like if they enjoy having it and they think it benefits them, then I guess I would, who am I to tell you that it's not a good thing?
Do either of you see a privacy issue here?
Well, no, because you're already on camera, right?
That is a good point.
And every day when they show me these people stealing, they're on camera.
Okay.
Like when I see all these people running out of these stores all over the country, they're already on. I mean, I don't think it's going to work, but knock yourself out.
But I guess that would be my question, right? Like, if you already have these folks on camera, which you do,
you constantly see them in the news, man.
Yeah.
Yes, and
what
that's
does
not
one more camera angle do for you?
Exactly, and that's, by the way, if the security guard can even get in front of them, right? I mean,
that grainy, shaky angle you're going to have.
If anything, I would think it increases liability on the store, because let's say a security guard does something or somebody gets hurt.
That could happen, too.
Now you have his angle of it and what he was saying the entire time. It is very strange, the 180 that these stores have done on security, because it wasn't that long ago. They didn't want you to know who in the store was the security guard or the loss prevention officer. Yeah, like they would have them dress in
plain clothes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And these folks would walk around to try and catch people in the act, and they had no idea they were being watched. You went from that to fully uniformed officer with a body cam on in a matter of a couple years.
Yeah, you got RoboCop.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
RoboCop.
But that's what it's going to look like, right? He's going to have like a chest full of hardware.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
All right. Security guard at TJ Maxx comes up to you. He's got the body cam on now, super official, right? He goes, hey, I just got to check your bags before you leave. Hope you don't mind. Now that he's got the body cam, he or she, do you feel you have to refer to them as officer?
I wouldn't know what else to call them, so probably.
Well, there is security.
I feel like when in doubt,
You go
just
with
say
officer.
officer.
So you're going to give the security guard at TJ Maxx the same respect that you give
I don't know, though. They could
a police
be.
department. Somebody
What if they're retired police?
But I don't know
How do I
that.
know?
And you
How
wouldn't
do I
call-
know?
And you wouldn't, like, outside of a uniform.
I don't think so. I don't think I would just think they're
Ma'am?
more of an employee than an officer.
So you would call them sir, Kimmy?
What else? I mean, I don't
I
know
would
their
just call them by
name.
their name. If they have a name tag on, I'm just going to call them Jim.
If they don't have a name tag, you going sir or buddy?
Sport or buddy or pal or pally.
You feel like you would have to treat them like a legitimate law
Well, I
enforcement
guess-
officer?
I mean, I don't know what else to go with if I'm not. I feel like when in doubt, go with sir or ma'am.
Or champ.
Man, I would go
Boss,
with man,
come
right?
boss.
Thanks, man.
No, I said ma'am. Sir or ma'am.
No, yeah, but sir or ma'am still feels weird to me. That's awfully formal.
I thought ma'am's insulting to women.
Is ma'am? No, madam's insulting to
Oh, madam's the worst. that's a bad one.
I guess depending on the age, too. Ma'am or sir is going to be insulting to
I
everyone.
might just call her lady.
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 It's going to be weird the first time I walk in.
I may not even notice. You may not even
Well, I
notice.
guess I've never noticed the security there before.
Right.
Have you?
No.
Oh, yeah. I've noticed way more security.
I mean,
around
once in a while you'll
haven't.
see somebody standing around, but they're not very intimidating.
No, I'm not saying like an intimidate. It's just weird. Like, again, we're already on camera, so I
Right.
guess there's no big difference at all. It's just weird to me. Like, we're now at a point where I'm going to walk around and this person's just making sure nobody's
Do
taking
you walk up and thank them for their service?
What service? They're
You
getting,
know,
what are you talking about?
Like, thank you for
No,
keeping
I'm
me safe.
Not going to do that.
And keeping the price of jeans reasonable.
We come back, wrap it up. Oh, sorry. Tell you what we're doing tomorrow. Next here in the break room on CMF. that's going to be Rabbit Root.
Happy old Monday, Rabbit Root.
For a Monday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, that new hot segment.
What's that called?
Where we Blackstoning in the Hood with Kimmy.
Kimmy's got her post from the neighborhood apps that you guys have sent her. She's moved street names, town references. She's going to read it out loud. You, me, everybody that can hear us, we're going to listen.
You have to listen.
And because of the little nuances and clues, we're going to figure out where they whine in just after 9 o'clock. Also, WCMF.com, we have our set of sexy dads set in stone. And by the way, sexy is subjective. We need you to decide who the sexy one is. Or the sexiest. Because they're all sexy in their own ways, Tommy.
Okay.
Except for like 3 of them. We have about 40 dads. You can go check them out for yourself at WCMF.com right now and vote. Vote.
You have to vote. You should vote.
We will have our winner on Friday for the WCMF Break Room Sexy Dad Contest, brought to you by Heritage Jewelers. Unsurpassed value and service guaranteed. That is their heritage. Let them be a part of yours. Also, we will have more Burt Kreischer, comedian, his festival coming to Darien Lake. Tickets tomorrow.
Okay.
Here in the Break Room on CMF. I got everything right, Kimmy? We good?
Yeah, we are all set.
All right.
Loaded up.
That's right, buddy. All week long.
So much.
For Kimmy,
Yep.
who does a great job when things are loaded up, keeping us on track.
Doing my best.
Yep. For Tommy Muley, whose brain is loaded up with a whole lot of nothing. It's a whole bunch of
That's
empty,
impossible to be loaded with nothing.
Loaded with empty space. Just loaded. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the Break Room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.